Alrighty. Hello, hello. I do not have chat on stream, on screen, on purpose right now. Why did it just give me the sound effect twice? I have not looked at the Abyss, and I have avoided. I've been participating, actually talking in my Discord server at the start of the stream here, for the leaks that were happening, but have not looked at any conversation. I have my chat minimized the whole morning. So I do not know yet. I do not know yet whether or not the Abyss reset here has a new enemy cycle. That's what I'm referring to if I'm going to be very sad or happy. I'm just going to be pessimistic here. We're just going to get this over with real quick. I'm going to be pessimistic here and assume no, there's not new enemies, because that would be the sensible decision for, you know, MiHoYo to let us have more fun in the game. I'm assuming they're going to follow the pattern they had before. We are technically, this is the day of the new patch. It is hours before, like, maintenance, whatever. So despite it being the same day of the new patch, but it's technically before the new patch, it's not a new enemy cycle, right? Because normally they only do a new Abyss enemy cycle when there is a new Abyss cycle that drops during a new patch cycle. Like a new Genshin version, right? That's the pattern they followed before. But the difference is, before Imaginarium Theater existed, right, they reset every 2 weeks, or on the 16th and 1st of the month, right? So every 2-ish weeks. Now it's every month. It restores it resets on the 16th, which my assumption is based on how they worked before, right? Where they only reset enemies if it's a new cycle that starts during a new patch. Means that this Abyss cycle is going to be the same enemies, right? Which is super lame because it lasts a month now, which means I think we're going to see a lot more comments. Before, it was relatively rare for us to get stuck with the same enemy cycle for like 8 weeks, right, in a row. Like, it had to line up in a pretty unfortunate way for that to happen. It was usually, most of the time, Abyss cycles were around with the same enemies, right, for 6 weeks, right? The length of a patch, right? And when exactly it lined up with the new patch was just depended. So I don't know. That's all. Basically, I'm sorry for taking the pessimistic take here. I'm just going to assume they are working as they had before, and this is going to be the same enemy cycle. But they can make me very, very, very happy today, right? Because a big part, if you're someone who actually enjoys the Abyss, a really big part of enjoying the Abyss is, you know, when they have new enemies. Because as much as, like, I had a little bit of a negative reaction originally, like, I actually liked this Abyss cycle as overall, for, like, it, kind of what I mentioned I think in the original stream, despite some of my negative reaction. But my negative reaction was, like, how bad Aggravate was for it, because I was trying to bring Sethos to it, and, like, Clorand was on banner during this the enemy cycle, the previous enemy cycle, well, hopefully previous enemy cycle. And like Aggravate just didn't feel good in the side that Aggravate seemed like it made sense in. I will probably in this stream use Sethos to show how, like, there is a way to use Sethos, just not in the way I originally conceived of, and that's more my bad than anything. I still think it was the previous enemy cycle, so the 4.7, the new enemy cycle with the lectors, whatever, when they started that in 4.7, this is probably still the same, but hopefully not, was really designed poorly, like really kludgily. Like, I liked some of the individual things that had going on. Like, I actually really liked the first chamber first half, but first chamber first half in conjunction with how god awful time wasty the sequence of, like, what they did in the second half. Like, why? Why? Right? Like, it made it way harder than normal to just, like, bring one team that can fully clear both sides of the Abyss, right? Like, the best approach, I think, for most accounts was, you know, craft a team that specifically can deal with the, notably the first side, second half, easier. So deal with the first chamber, and then you can use kind of whatever teams have more normal flexibility for dealing with the other chambers. So I still think it was a poorly designed Abyss, but I didn't dislike it personally. Because again, it was like a new enemy setup, and like Abysses are kind of, when there's new enemies, it's like this puzzle of trying to figure out, okay, what is the different things that's optimal. The only upside to them not resetting the enemies is for the people that, like, don't really like Abyss, in my opinion, which is fine if you don't like it. There's a lot of reasons not to like it. I hate on many aspects of it a lot of times, but you know, if you're someone who's just clearing Abyss for the rewards, the upside of the enemy cycle not resetting is that any of the strategies that people have found and that you have found that works for you in the last month will probably still work for the same cycle, unless the blessing is crazily different. Like you were really relying on the blessing or whatever before that could be a factor. So anyways, point is, I'm not optimistic that there's new enemies here. I really hope I'm wrong. I really hope MiHoYo for once makes the decision that result. I don't know, whatever. Anyways, I haven't looked at chat. Haven't looked at my Discord server. I'll go and pull up the chat after. I'm going to assume same enemies. Blessing receives healing skill damage increased by 20%. 3 stacks. This is a Farina buff. Also official buff, which is probably more important than a Farina buff. That exists. That's actually pretty unfortunate for polearms only. I was really hoping that blessing would be better for polearms only, but I guess I don't know. On polearms only, I'll probably try to clear this if it's the same enemies without Arlecchino when Emily releases. Alright, well, there's the stream. I hope everyone enjoyed. I'm gonna go... no, we'll continue streaming. Hi. Hi chat. I brought up the chat now, so now I can read. I don't have to worry about being spoiled anymore. Yep. Yep. Thanks, Hoyle. Right. Like to map this out, what this means now is this means that Theater has made Theater on top of like it being the only new endgame content, that they've added in like 4 fucking years in this game, and being fun for like maybe 20 minutes. If you already had the characters to level up, it can be kind of fun in like really superficial ways, but then it gets really boring fast. And like it seems like the only reason they made Theater was just to force people to level up more characters, but not actually use the characters, because the easiest solution for Theater, I think, is still just having hyper-invested characters. You just have to level up, like that's what polearms only showed, right? Like you can just hyper-invest your way in through the Theater. Like you don't actually need level characters to clear this. They just forced you to have level characters to attempt it. And so like, I'm sorry, Theater is garbage, right? It has like nice touches, to be clear. I appreciate the animation touches. It feels much more up to date. Like they put more love into it in some ways. But that was like specifically the animation and like writing team that did like nice little dialogue things or whatever. Whatever team was responsible for actually designing the mode. If their goal was in any form intending to be that this was supposed to be a fun endgame mode, they utterly failed, in my opinion. And not only did they fail at making that game mode fun, they have managed to also make Abyss worse. Because now Abyss will reset less often. So we're going to have more sequences of getting stuck with 8-week cycles of the same annoying enemies. Even if they're not annoying, even if like you really like an Abyss cycle, it gets stale. That's my main gripe has always been with Abyss, is where it's like, when they lasted 6 weeks, right? When we had the same enemies for 6 weeks, it got boring. Like, to do the same enemies for 6 weeks. This is the only, like, and it can always be mitigated if there was actually interesting other endgame content. But there's not interesting other endgame content. There's Theater. Like, it's really frustrating, right? Like Theater could have at least actually been an indirect benefit to Abyss becoming more fun if the enemy lineup reset every single month, right? If they committed to any time the Abyss reset, it actually reset the enemy lineup, and it was fun and engaging every single month on a consistent basis to have a new Abyss to play around in, then that could have still been a net upside for the game. Instead, what it is mostly a net downside. Like, we're occasionally going to have times where like the next cycle, by the way, so now that like 4.8 starts today, and this freaking new Abyss started today, then this, yeah, they absolutely could have just left Abyss alone and added theater, and that would have been preferable, basically. And like God forbid they give us 800 more primo gems per month. It's like, no, they can only give us 100 more primo gems per month, and they had to make the extra 100 primo gems you get per month. I think it might be 200. I don't care. The pittance of extra primo gems you get per month with the theater as an addition to the game, is loaded into fully clearing Abyss now, so there's more pushing to fully clearing Abyss, which is cringe. So, like it's truly impressive how theater has managed to make the endgame situation of Genshin. They added more endgame content to the game, and they made the endgame content of Genshin worse. What the f***? That's honestly impressive. Like, how did you F up that badly when the core issue with the endgame of Genshin was having lack of variety, and they added variety and made things worse? Wow. Abyss is not fun, theater is. I mean, I'm glad some people find theater fun. What I find fun in this game is, having idea, I want to do DPS siegeing. All right, let's figure out what we can do with the team for DPS. Like, I find thinking about the nuance of the crazy, like this is Genshin's endgame loop for me. It's getting a character, thinking about the different ways I can use the character, and crafting a team around that character with the crazy nuance of all the layers of character interactions that this game has on a mechanical level. And okay, how far can I take an idea like doing DPS siegeing, right? And in my case, it's actually like DPS hybrid siegeing, which I really, really enjoy. And like, yeah. The theater doesn't let me do that. If I want to DPS siegeing, like, yes, you can use siegeing in theater right now because she's one of the additional characters that you can select. You have to, like, I'd have to reconfigure a build around the fact that she's never going to have a consistent team around her, right? Like, it just doesn't actually work with the existing endgame loop of Genshin, for me. But it depends on how you play the game, right? I enjoy Abyss because it gives me the freedom to do what I freaking want, right? Like, it has, enemy lineups that incentivize particular things, right? But like, Abyss incentivizes diversifying your team lineup by having different enemy situations. Like, it incentivizes you building Hydro and Electro characters by putting Pyro shields. Like, that is a restriction. But that's there's multiple ways to approach it versus being like, oh, you can only use these elements and you have to have characters leveled up, even if those characters can be useful without being leveled up. Like, of course it's the same enemies. It's like, this is why I went into it expecting it. Like, it's not surprising. It just makes me sad, man. Like, they made the endgame situation of Genshin worse. So what this currently looks like, so basically what this looks like, right, is now we're basically stuck with this for another month. We have the same enemies for another month. Yay. And then like 1 week, right? So Emily's second half. So 1 week into Emily's banner, we will get a new Abyss, basically. A new Abyss lineup with new enemies. And that will last until about 2 weeks into version 5.0. And then, depending on how the new Abyss that happens 2 weeks into version 5.0 lines up with when version 5.1 launches, we might get stuck with that one for 2 months straight as well. like that's what's basically going to happen, is we're going to see a lot more instances of enemy lineups in Abyss where we're just going to be stuck with that same enemy lineup for 2 months straight, right? Rather than Hoyo trying to actually make Abyss a bit more engaging over time, like on a consistent level, being like, hey, it's a new month, new Abyss, sweet, and new enemies, and a new puzzle to figure out. How can I approach using my favorite characters and different teams that I want to use in different ways to deal with a new Abyss, right? And instead, it's not. Instead, it's the same stupidity as before, but oftentimes worse. Sometimes slightly better, and that's sometimes like in turn with getting more sequences of an Abyss resetting every 2 months, like the enemy lineup resetting every 2 months. We're also going to have more instances of the Abyss resetting after only a month, to be clear, like with the Genshin, the 4.8 Abyss, right? So that banner, that abyss will only be around for a month, right? We will have more instances of that than we had before as well. But I don't want, I just want some consistency. Like, why? Why is it that hard for this company to make it either a new enemy lineup every abyss cycle? Like, it just tells me they don't want to put the resources into it, right? Because they don't make money from it. Right? That's my impression. Time to write my complaints in the survey feedback. I haven't done the survey yet. Sure, that's what we should start with. I forgot to. Alright. Also, by the way, OBS had an update. Oh, wait. Did I actually update? Oh, I didn't update OBS. Oh, frick me. I switched to AV1 and I didn't update OBS. Okay, well... Uh-oh. It's been a long time since I tried AV1. AV1 encoding, basically, you guys should be able to have a higher quality stream. For me to stream at the same, like, internet bitrate, or lower quality. Or I could do a lower bitrate stream and you could see the same quality. But like right now, you should actually be noticing if you have like the same quality. Like there should be like, particularly this will be noticeable when I move around, not when I'm on a screen with a white screen. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna do this right now. Like when I'm moving around and we're doing in combat, you should notice like less like YouTube compression artifacts. Like you should be able to see more detail in my streams with AV1. But I hadn't used it for a long time because like my streams would just break. But I saw the OBS update today, and I forgot to click update. I think I read it and then said no, don't update, and then I switched to AV1 anyway. So hopefully my stream doesn't crash. But they had a line in there saying fixed situation where when dropping packets with AV1 streaming, it would not be able to resume, and like it would just like the stream would just die basically, right? Output would just die when there was packet loss. I did not actually click update, so that means my stream might die. And I also don't know if that was the issue I was having. It just would make sense if that was the issue I was having before. So anyways, we'll go to the Abyss. We'll do Abyss. By the way, you probably shouldn't do Abyss if you care about the... oh, I can't see the Battle Pass, but if you care about the Battle Pass XP for like getting 12 stars in Abyss, you probably should not clear Abyss today before the update happens. Because it probably will not count it for the Battle Pass XP. Normally those seasonal rewards do not track like between the days that reset. So this is a bit of a weird situation where the Abyss is resetting the day of the patch. You should probably wait. I don't really care that much about the little bit of Battle Pass XP. It's not going to be a problem for me. So I'm just going to clear the Abyss anyways. Oh, you know what additional thing I just realized? You know how the Abyss used to give gives artifacts, right, when you clear it? We get less artifacts now too. Yay. So anyways, yeah, I think it's like I forgot how much Battle Pass XP. It's like 2 levels or something, maybe even less than 2 levels that you get from 12-starring Abyss. So if you care about that, right, I potentially just wait until a little bit later today. I only see... Oh no, I'm blind. There is one there. Okay. Oh, Tales of Winter, huh? So we'll go to the Abyss. We'll try to do Poems Only 2. I'm not gonna try to do Arlecchino less. I will try to do the one benefit of this for me. The one benefit of this same enemy lineup. I have not cleared this Abyss cycle on Poems Only without Arlecchino. I just never got in the mood to do it. This Abyss Blessing, I was hoping was going to be beneficial for that, but it is not right now for Polearms Only, as skill damage buff is not that meaningful, except there is a character that's going to be doing meaningful skill damage coming out when this enemy lineup is still live, so I will have a week, potentially, to try to use Emily to clear the Abyss without Arlecchino. I would like to do that, just because... Classic coordinated attacks, by the way, not triggering on shields. I love that in this game. Some of the dumbest crap. Like, that should be changed. I'm sorry. Like, Raiden E not proccing, right, on shields. Dia E not proccing on shields there. Stupid. Finish with Raiden Overload Ganyu for Interfreeze. Nice, congrats. Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna be hard for me to clear. I'm not worried about that. So, anywho's, yeah, Emily and Poems only. I think will enable clearing this Abyss Cycle, with not too much difficulty without Arlecchino. Obviously, with Arlecchino, I have, you know, even with C6 turned off, right? If I put a healing bonus circlet on Arlecchino, I showed that before. Could clear without an issue, right? So that will be the same, obviously, right now. I think this Abyss Cycle is very, very difficult for Poems only without Arlecchino, though. And I would like to still try to clear it without Arlecchino, but it's... yeah. Ugh. Ah, man. Why? I wish it was a new cycle. Like... So anyways, what else? Can we talk about something actually interesting? There was, I was reading a little bit of, like, basic leaks. We don't have much information yet, to be clear, for 5.0. Actually, this is not even that happy, because I'm very... They've already annoyed me with, there are... I hate the new artifacts. It's possible that the Night Spirit state for Natlan ends up being different, but I don't know. I'm not going to talk that much in depth about it because it's too new. We don't even have actual reliable beta information right now or anything. But if you're like me and you looked forward, like one of the things I was looking forward to with Natlan was, oh yeah, Kave rerun. I should talk about that. It was like, oh, you know, last year they released these artifact sets. Like, oh, these are artifact sets that, like, yeah, were designed around the gimmick of the characters. Like, and by the way, the gimmick of Fontaine characters, like, people are comparing the Night Spirit state, being like, it's just like, it's the same as Fontaine characters having Numa Oja. No, it's not. The Fontaine gimmick was HP manipulation at Fontaine's launch. The gimmick for Natlan at Natlan launch so this is the first few patches of characters. If you look through any of the characters that came out after version 4.2, other than Gaming, nobody had an inherent HP manipulation gimmick, right? It was just Farina that enabled it for others. So, like, anyways, like, these sets are really useful outside of the context of just the few characters they released early in 5.0 or in 4.0 patches, right? From what it seems like, the trigger conditions, basically the new artifacts, one of them is Mara Chassez, but basically says for Natlan characters, Mara Chassez, but better. But specifically, it's probably Natlan characters from version 5.0 to 5.2, and specifically on-fielders. But like Mara Chassez is interesting though, because like you can conceive of using this without using Farina in many ways. It's one thing that I think is underestimated potentially, and that what people will underestimate about Emily is that she can enable this set, right? There's other methods to use this set, and it also has generic value, just like even outside of that. I've been intending to potentially make a video. I don't know how to structure this exactly, but make a video discussing how Mara Chassez, even if you don't have any inherent HP manipulation with Farina, or self-damage, like guaranteed self-damage mechanics like burning, burgeon, whatever going on, you still get value from the 4-piece set when you take damage and heal, right? Like, it's still always, like, it's interesting in that sense. But there's all kinds of ways to utilize this, right? And then this set, of course, is relevant on a number of different characters and will probably remain relevant as time goes on, and is notably relevant for its 2-piece bonus as well. Both the 2-piece bonuses and the 4-piece bonuses of the Natlan artifacts are more like, you know, whimsy, right? They're more like what we're used to seeing from the non-0.0 version artifacts, right? Wherein they make artifacts with passives that are much more specific for their trigger conditions. But even on top of that, even the 2-piece bonus is basically useless for non-Natlan characters. It literally says, when doing Natlan gimmick, you get bonuses. And like that Natlan gimmick is something that specifically has to be, it's like the Bond of Life, where like the character has to specifically say Bond of Life in their kit to be able to use the whimsy artifacts, right? It's not the same as HP manipulation. Every character has HP, right? So like Fontaine's gimmick, with the artifacts being HP manipulation, you know, we had a lot of different ways we could utilize that. Natlan's stuff cannot be used. Like, it will probably only be relevant on the first few Natlan characters, and I don't know why I did that, and never again. Like, it's going to be probably worth farming because the Pyro Archon will probably be strong. It's like, anyways, sorry for the negativity. I blame oil. It makes me so sad because like the artifacts, right? Like a big part of what I do on my channel is using the artifact system to its utmost potential in like trying to do creative things. Like the artifact system is what gives us the ability to like tweak character builds around in different ways to use characters differently, right? And Marsh says was so amazing because it was a really, really significant enabler for doing like different things like that. Emblem, right, is a set that has remained relevant to today on many different characters, right? It was not a set that was just like, yeah, they made it for the Electro Archon, but it's been very useful on other characters, right? Like, whereas the set in Natlan basically right now, as far as I can tell, reads like, you used this set on the Pyro Archon, is my guess. And nobody else. It's kind of sad you don't have Venti. I have Kazuha. Like, and notably I have Kazuha C1. Kazuha C1, when you're bursting consistently, like, can pull enemies together enough that you can get a similar style of effect. It's not that much of the end of the world. Like, I would have not minded having Venti. But, I don't know. Blame Mihoyo. I wish for Venti at the Genshin concert last year. And I lost the 50-50 to Mona. So, you know, there was a chance. I did wish for Venti. I was fine with getting Venti or fine with not getting Venti. And the odds worked out such that I didn't get Venti. Oh well. So, anywho's, you appreciate 5-slot artifact sets after ZZZ. Are you complaining that ZZZ doesn't have off pieces? Because one thing you should really keep in mind about ZZZ is that you can basically treat ZZZ having 6 slots for its pieces as either having 2 off pieces, or you basically choose between 2 off pieces or an additional 2-piece bonus, right? Like, that's how Zenless artifact system works. Is, yes, you don't have 5 slots for always having a dedicated off piece, but you have the option to do 2 off pieces or another 2-piece bonus, right? It's like if you could do Marche Hunters and do, you know, an additional 2-piece Hydro bonus, right? Or you can just do 2 off pieces, right? Is the productivity real? Did I not change the thumbnail? Does it still say productivity? Because I'm definitely not. No, I did. Okay, good. And luckily my stream isn't dying with AV1 yet, so hopefully that's fixed. Without me having to, yeah, if the stream suddenly dies, it's because of AV1. Anyways, so yeah, like I think there is potential heavy value as time goes on, wherein there will be a lot of cases where you'll have high enough quality substats in your Zenless artifacts that you will do 2 off pieces instead of doing a 2-piece set bonus, right? You don't have to do 4-piece 2-piece in Zenless. You can do 4-piece no piece, right? 2 off pieces. Anywho's, where would you stop with Siege Wing constellations? I mean, she's fine at C0. Like, I really didn't notice the increase for C1 that much. Yeah, I got the Tales of Winter achievement. How exciting. I think I also got the quest now. Yay. So, yeah. Should you get Nilu to level 90 or is 80 fine? Nilu should definitely be level 90 most of the time. Although, I don't... I think Nilu is not the priority to level 90 versus the main units that are triggering your Bloom Core generation first. Like, Nilu would want to be level 90 eventually if you're trying to make the most out of Nilu teams, because she increases Bloom damage based on her own HP, right? And HP scalers would gain a quite meaningful increase from going from 80 to 90. So you would want to eventually, but I'm pretty sure the priority would be leveling the units that are triggering the Bloom Cores to 90 first over Nilu.
Thank you for
So, you know. Yeah, it's good that I got the Fatui achievement, considering after today I will never be doing another commission again. So, yay. Yeah, you want a level 90 Nilou, but it's not necessarily your first priority for a Nilou team if you if all your characters at level 80, right? If so like the most common format for Nilou teams would be like double Hydro, double Dendro, right? And in that case, your Hydro unit is going to be triggering. So like well, no, not in this. So pretend Yelan was like Baiju or something here instead, right? So pretend Yelan was Baiju. In this team, Kokomi would be the main one triggering Bloom Cores, and she would want to be level 90, I think, before Nilou, right? I'm pretty sure you would see more of a damage increase from Kokomi going from 80 to 90 for the Bloom damage versus Nilou going from 80 to 90, but you want to do both. Elmboard is double Geo. I mean, she has so like the way that Navi works. Oh yeah, speaking of, I'm probably gonna make a video on trying to get C6 Kave. I haven't decided what it'll be yet. Like I'm gonna kind of let fate decide. Like I'll do a 10 pull, and you know, if I get Kave in the first 10 pull, that substantially increases the chance that I continue further, right? For me, since it's like kind of just business cost to get things, but my goal is to not spend any money. But like, if I have to spend money, I'm gonna format the video like, you know, what does infinite dollars get you on Kave's banner? Because that's what the point will be to illustrate. Like I think I want to make this video to rant about how like don't get baited by the weapon banner just because Ziphos is on it, but also don't get baited by the banner just because Kave is on it. Like it's not that worthwhile. So I don't want to make an entirely new dedicated video about Kave. I don't think. For like a Kave team, most likely. But I will, like, in the Kave wishing video, basically do the wishes quick, hopefully get C6 Kave, and then show the difference between C6 and non-C6 Kave. And talk about how Kave is not a unit that's worth risking for. I would be fine with getting Navia. So, like, it's worth the risk. I don't really think I have that much of interesting teams to use with her in, but, like, I don't think she'd be a useless unit for me. I wouldn't mind having her. She could be fun to use sometimes, right? But anyways, yeah, I'll probably be pulling for Kave, so that video will probably be tomorrow. It will probably be titled either what does $0 get you on Kave's banner, or what does infinity dollars get you on Kave's banner. Because depending on how the initial few pulls go, like without spending any money at all, because I have, you know, 20,000 Prima Gems, if I'm able to just get C6, like getting lucky, I would love that. But if I need to spend money to get C6, like if I, you know, do 50 pulls, get 2 Kaves, then I'm at the point where I would like to try to get C6 for sure. And I might have to end up spending money, but we'll see. So I don't know, it's going to be a weird video. A little bit different format, but it can be multifaceted in that it can be a lesson for not wishing for 4 stars, and me basically being like, pulling for 4 stars is pain. You should not do this. It's really bad. But also ranting about the weapon banner a little bit, and also then my opportunity to showcase the actual improvement of C6 Kave, without having to make an entire dedicated video just about C6 Kave. So, Emily, Nilou, Yelan, or C1 Navia? I mean, definitely not C1 Navia. I mean, if you love Navia, don't let me stop you. You've been using Navia long enough now, you'd have to decide that for yourself. Yelan can have a lot of value if you need more Hydra units. Nilou teams are specifically Nilou teams. So if you have interest in playing Nilou teams, and notably if you are lacking in options for like competent AoE damage teams, it might be relevant. But how good Nilou is going to be is also dependent on what your Hydro and Dendra options are to pair with her. I think she's much less of an interesting character, or useful character, as far as strength goes, without Nahida and Kokomi. Those are my preferred 2 core teammates for Nilou. I am sad, Mr. Bosco, because the Abyss didn't reset. We'll go to the Abyss shortly here, after I stop rambling. Emily, I think, is the most interesting of the characters this patch, but recently she's the new character that I've been thinking about constantly. It depends on your account. Sorry for the non-specific answer. They're 2 different characters for different purposes. Nilou can make for competent AoE damage teams if you have the other pieces to make it work properly. Yelan can be a Hydro unit that deals a meaningful amount of damage, a little bit of damage buffing, but she's a lot less relevant now that Farina exists. Like, I have way less times where I feel like using her personally. And then Emily does weird burning things, and I think can be a very compelling reason to pull for. But yeah, no, what was I was going to answer something about Navia before. What was the question? Ziphos for a new account. I would not risk much for Ziphos, is what I would say. Unless, like, if you have Navia, which is the main reason to get Navia's weapon, and Key of Conscious Suit is useful on a number of different characters, it isn't necessarily the worst weapon to wish for, but a low refined Key of Conscious Suit is not really better than, in fact, I think it's worse than Fav. Like, if you care about energy on Kazuha, and you care about energy on the team, which would be why you care about Ziphos, because it gives energy to Kazuha and the team, Fav is usually going to be better. The difference is you might not have a lot of Favs, right? You might only have one copy of Fav Sword. You might have made the mistake of refining all your Fav Swords, so all you have is one copy of an R5 Fav, and the game has never given you another Fav, right? And Fav Sword is very wanted on potentially many different characters, right? So you can very likely be in a circumstance wherein Ziphos might be worthwhile on Kazuha for the baseline of an R1 Ziphos, even if it's a bad Fav, is good because then you don't need to use Fav on Kazuha. And it gives, and it also is, Ziphos is also better, of course, in the context where you don't burst on Kazuha, because just having more EM on Kazuha, like I've been playing, you know, Arlecchino, Kazuha, Arlecchino, Kazuha, Candace Bennett, and in that team, I never burst on Kazuha. He's just there to press E. Swirl Pyro. And in that case, having more EM is valuable, right? But functionally in that team, like the ER to the whole team isn't really that relevant. And it's mostly just the same as, like, you know, this weapon or Iron Sting in that context. But it's a more universal option for him, is kind of my point. So, like, I'm not saying it's not worth it, but keep in mind that the weapon banner is pain in general, but especially for 4 stars. Like, you know how I said that the worst thing about playing Genshin long term, and I maintain this, is pulling for 4 stars and trying to get 4 stars. That's part of the reason I want to kind of make the Kave video, is to say that crap again. Like, it's the character situation, but worse on weapon banner because there's more weapons. Like, it is very possible, like it is not unlikely at all, for you to go to pity on weapon banner, get a 5-star weapon, and not see a single Ziphos. That is not a very unlikely situation because there's 5 different weapons, right? And so any given 4-star is not very likely to be the one specific 4-star you want, right? What are the other 4 stars on the banner, actually? So anyway, what was the Navia question again? Can someone let me know? I like, my brain distracted myself. There was some Navia question about oh, it was double Geo with Navia. So double Geo with Navia is weird. But anyways, let's check the banner. Like, the reason you do double Geo with Navia is because of ER needs, basically. Like I'd probably do Geo Traveler with Navia if I got her. What was I doing? Oh yeah, banner. Where is it? Notices. I'm faking my voice? What do you mean? What does that mean? Like, are you saying I shouldn't intonate? I apologize for speaking slightly differently sometimes. Okay. If you're saying I have a filter on, I don't. I use a Shure SM7B, which does have a particular timbre that is inclined towards, like, radio voice, making deep-voiced peoples like me sound a little bit more pleasing to people. Like, it is a microphone kind of tuned in that way, but I am not using filters. So, anywho's. Okay. The 4 stars in this banner. Yeah, okay, yeah. Like, don't... like, Dragon's Bane, not useless. But really depends. It's only, like, specific context. Dragon's Bane can be good for refines, but not very many contexts. It's basically mostly Hu Tao. The Bell, Rust, and Eye of Perception exist. So yeah, this is a weapon banner, right? Like in the context of like you just like want to risk for Ziphos. Like if you have like saved resources, you don't, you're looking at the 5.0 character leaks that are coming out over the next couple days here. See if they interest you at all. And you're like, I have 30,000 Primo Gems. I can whisk. I have why don't my brain, like I make child level mistakes of mixing up letters. Like I can risk a pity's worth on the weapon banner, but like the point where Ziphos starts to be like really, really good and a really strong weapon is at high refinement. And I got this weapon to R5 and from what I recall, approximately 2 pity's worth, so like 130, 140-ish with it, wishes. And that was very lucky. I want to emphasize that. That was really, really lucky. Particularly because from what I recall, I think I only got 1 or 2 copies, which was still lucky, when going to the first pity, and I got 3 copies in like the next 50 wishes. That was very lucky. Like there is no guarantee you will get one of these weapons in 100 pulls, right? Like it is possible that you can get multiple copies of a weapon on the banner before you get a single copy of Ziphos. Actually, there's another example I have of this is my 3 Freedom Sworns. The reason I have an R2 and an R1 Freedom Sworn is because originally this was back when like I understood at that point when this was like less than 6 months of me playing Genshin at this point. And I started to understand some things, like I knew that Bennett wanted a high base attack weapon. I didn't have an Aquila Favonia at that point. I didn't have any 5-star swords with like a high base attack, right? So like I was using the prototype Raincore kind of thing, and Sapwood Blade didn't exist at that time, notably either. I probably wouldn't have done this if Sapwood Blade existed. But I wanted, do I even have one? I still don't have one, that's funny. There's I forgot what it's called, but there's a like 600 and some base attack weapon in the game that, let's see, archive, that is like Bennett's best 4-star weapon as far as Bennett's buff goes. It's like 620 base attack. Where is it? There it is, the Alley Flash, which, of course, I forget you can't see it. But yeah, the Alley Flash here, right? This is only a weapon banner weapon. I did 90 pulls. I remember this specifically. I did 90 pulls on the banner that had Freedom Sworn. I don't remember what the other weapon was on it. Freedom Sworn and the Alley Flash. And I went to pity, got a Freedom Sworn, and I was like, okay, cool, I guess. I guess I can use that on Bennett. But then I was like, this was when I first got Kazuha. But I was like, no, I'll probably end up using Freedom Sworn on Kazuha, so I have some wishes left. I should keep on pulling to try to get that Alley Flash for Bennett, right? And then like the next 10 pull, I got another 5-star and got another Freedom Sworn, no Alley Flash. And then I was like, okay, I guess now I should just use that on Bennett. And that is what I did for a long time. I just used Freedom Sworn on Bennett. But against my, for some reason, stupid gambling brain logic was like, I'm just gonna keep on going, right? I did another 20 pulls on the Freedom Sworn banner for Alley Flash and got another Freedom Sworn. I got 3 Freedom Sworns and 90 pulls and 0 Alley Flashes. That can happen, right? Like, it's really dumb. So, like, if you're gonna risk anything for Ziphos, I'm not saying it necessarily won't be worthwhile. It could be worth the risk for you depending on the state of your account, and depending on how valuable the 5-star weapons are for you. But like, do not assume anything that you're going to get it. It's actually like vaporware is the healthy way to treat it. Like, the best decision is to pretend it doesn't exist, especially because Mihoyo decided to be dicks and not put any favs on the banner. Like if Mihoyo at least, this is probably the same thing I'm going to say in the Kave video, by the way, but if Mihoyo at least threw us a bone and put some favs, like 1 or 2 favs on this banner, it would make it much less risky and much more potentially worthwhile to get, just for like the other 4-stars being relevant. But they did this, and they did this on purpose because they're dicks. And they want you to feel bad that you don't get the weapon every time, the weapon you want, the 4-star weapon you wanted every time, so that you continue wishing for that dopamine of like trying to get that one weapon you want. Like, weapon banner is absolutely, yeah, in general, a scam. I disagree with the takes that it's never worthwhile. I think there are absolute cases where it can be worthwhile, but it's highly account specific, and generally something that's only worthwhile once you get into like you played the game for probably at minimum a year is when you might be getting to the point where weapon banners can start to be worthwhile. Like Zajef very much protests weapon banner and like never wishes on it ever, even though his count is absolutely in a state where he has enough resources saved and could get meaningful value from wishing for weapons more than he could from some characters, as far as like improving the ways he can make his characters do increased damage, right? At a baseline level. And like more notably, Zajef really needs more fab swords. like he complains about it all the time. He absolutely should honestly just consider spending 20-30,000 primo gems. He has like 80,000 or something stupid saved up, I think, if I recall. I don't remember exactly because he doesn't focus on wishing at all, which is good. It's a good perspective to take, in my opinion, for his content. I respect him for that. But like, he has a lot of primo gems saved up. He could absolutely afford to spend like 20-30,000 on a weapon that has like some at least okay 5-star weapons for him, and then the Fav sword. And even if he only gets like 1 or 2 Fav swords, it would be worth it for his account. Like there are contexts where it makes sense. That's my point. He's almost at 100k. That's what I kind of figured. Like he absolutely should wish on a weapon banner for Fav sword. But like he should do it on one, like Fav sword is fairly common on a banner. He should do it on one that has like 5-star weapons that are not useless either. Like if Staff of Scarlet Sands shows up, you know, once Staff of Scarlet Sands reruns again, I will probably pester him to try to show him some hybrid riding things and try to convince him. But anyways, yeah, that weapon banner I don't think is very good. If you have Navia and you can get use out of Key of Kasha's suit, be it on Nilu, Farina, or just as a general utility buffing weapon, or for like your HP scaling shielders, whatever. Key of Kasha's suit is one of the more interesting weapons in the game. I appreciate how they designed that one. It actually is not just like a weapon that's like, passive that says it only functions on one specific character. Like this one, right? Which is good. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Navia's weapon is basically a weapon for Navia mostly. It is like, some people would call Navia's weapon an okay stat stick because it has, 674 base attack, 22.1% crit rate, and then it buffs attack percent by I think 20%, if I recall, is what Verdict does. And it's not very good though. Like I really, as far as generic stat sticks weapons go, I do not like 674 base attack, 22.1 crit rate weapons. Like what I always end up in is like, it's like that perfectly awkward amount of crit rate where it feels like it's just never enough to make for like a satisfying crit ratio. Like this kind of crap happens all the times with your artifacts when you're trying to reach builds that have satisfying amounts of crit rate. That like, I don't like 22.1% crit rate weapons for generic statistics, so Navia's weapon is for Navia, is my opinion. Anywho's, I swear you max out at 72% crit on Jadewing Spear. Yeah, exactly, right? like oftentimes, like it's really annoying to me that oftentimes you wind up in situations wherein you wind up still wanting a crit rate circlet when you're using a crit rate weapon. Like, in my opinion, the main reason and desirable thing about using a crit rate weapon is to enable easier access to a balanced crit ratio by having a crit damage circlet, right? But if, Dia's weapon was 674 base attack, 22.1 crit rate, she would have, well, actually, she would still be pretty okay, but that's because I have really good artifacts. But like, yeah, she would have still, she would have 68% crit rate. That would still be way less satisfying, like, right? It's just like, and like not as well balanced, right? Versus it basically being perfectly balanced. So I don't like the idea of recommending weapons with 22.1 crit rate as stat stick weapons. They're just awkward. Like they just give barely not enough crit rate to be able to be that relevant, but they are still not useless, obviously. So, anywho's, should we actually go to the Abyss? Yeah. Well, yeah, I already saw the Abyss. I'm already sad. Go through the Abyss. What I will do is, I think, what teams do I want to use? Here, Sethos, Alright, I'll do a poll. Teams. The reason I'm saying either or is because if I do Sethos, like if I want to do a team on the full side through, I could do both if you want. But if I do Sethos, I don't think I can do Sijuin Dia team, right? So that'd be like if I do one of these teams, I have to use like a stronger team on the other side, kind of thing. Is really the main reason. DPS Sijuin Dia. There you go. There's a poll for you. Let that run for a second. 33 starred for the first time yesterday. Nice, congrats. Is this your Burgeon team? This team is a team that like takes advantage of having Burgeon as an additional form of damage. You can definitely configure Dia around triggering Burgeons more consistently, and it still performs fine. Like it is actually like a really accessible way to get meaningful damage performance out of Dia. I tested in a few streams ago using Dia on instructors instead of a carry build, but I like Dia on this team on a carry build more than Dia on a Burgeon build, personally. It felt more consistent to me. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, well, we're just gonna let them die. Rip. I dare you to use Chi-Chi. I don't have Chi-Chi level, but I'll consider it once Shanghai reruns. Wow. I'm farming this domain on my main account for those that watched my stream a couple times ago, since I am basically done with farming Emily artifacts, assuming I use a crit rate weapon on her. But I might end up using like Fav in the long term or Skyward Spine on Emily, and that. So I want the option to have a crit rate circlet as well. But I'm mostly done farming this domain for a while at least. I will most likely have to get any more Deepwood artifacts, I think, for Emily in the future, or Gilded Dreams from Strongbox, which presumably will get added in 5.0. Yes, for the Abyss, we can do different options. I can probably go through multiple times to be clear. So I can do both Sethos and Dia if I feel like it. We'll see. Wow. No, don't care about that. Favorite overworld team is Wander, Shanyun, Farina, Dia, Mobility 1000. Nice. But yeah, anyways, look forward to most likely a Kave wishing video tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. My hope, right? Like the when you're wishing for 4 stars and like I have a C2 Kave, right? So I need 4 Kaves, which is not that amount that like if I get lucky, I could absolutely get 4 Kaves before going to pity, right? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's going to improve him that much. I want to emphasize that, but you know, I think it will give me actual more reason to feel like I want to use him versus most time it's just like if I'm feeling frisky. So, you know, what's your favorite, most interesting Fontaine character? Like a character that's specifically like lore-wise from Fontaine, or just like character that was released in the 5.0 or 5.0 in the 4.0 patches? Because as far as character released in the 4.0 patches, realistically it's Farina for how much she enables things. But Arlecchino is probably my favorite for how they actually designed her kit and her like actual characterization in game. But she's also technically not from Fontaine, right? Not Farina is. Yeah. So of these characters, probably Farina, Arlecchino are tied. Chevrus, I actually really like kit wise as well. Actually, she might beat out Arlecchino. As far as teams that she enables, but Arlecchino I have such a positive impression of because like I'm normally someone who's like, it's very hard for me to care about and feel like I get value from on-field characters long term, and I feel like I've gotten very sustained value from Arlecchino long term, and I feel like she will maintain value because they managed to design her in a way that she feels competent to use in like any way that I can conceive of a pyro unit being relevant for. right? There's ways you can use it for melt, you can use it for vaporize, you can do monopyro, you can do burgeon, you can do burning things. She works with Candace C6, enables her to consistently vape and have like really interesting AoE vape potential and fast rotations. Like she doesn't punish you for like swapping out on her. She has interesting nuance in like cutting her rotation early to on-field someone else longer. Like she's a perfectly designed on-fielder. I do not like so perfectly designed that like she has ruined my expectations for every single on-fielder in the future. She's massively versatile. She probably is a little bit overtuned as far as her damage output goes, but I don't know. I don't think she's as wrecked as Nibulette, because the things that make her strong are more just Pyro being strong, really more than in many ways, and then just that they made her feel good in mini teams. Like Nibulette is far more boring of a character to think about using than Arlecchino to me. And Strongbox and Gladiator, because I'm trying to get no crit artifacts for Arlecchino. Yeah, like that one. I mean, this one unironically is the kind of piece I'm looking for. But I need most notably time pieces or circlets that are attack percent main stat with no crit. It's actually weirdly awful to try to get attack percent main stat with no crit substats. Why will we be sad? I'm sad because Abyss didn't reset. Like, it reset the rewards, but it didn't reset the enemy cycle, which means Abyss, like, not only has Theater just been, like, wow, I don't want to be, like, rounding about Theater again, but the Theater, on average, makes Abyss take longer to actually have new enemies now, essentially. So, anyways, the vote was for DPS Dia, or DPS Carry Dia, right, Emblem Dia, and DPS Sijuin, which is technically also hybrid Sijuin, because it's what I prefer. I also think it's just better for team damage, so anywho's, we should probably do the Hydra units on the side with the Pyro Slimes, not that it matters that much. I really, really hope Emily feels good in this team, by the way. I really, really hope so. The more reasons I have to not use Nahida, the more I'm happy. We'll do Hybrid Raiden. Well, we'll do Stathos for early floors here. What was the teams that I was using with Stathos that were probably just something like that? I could do Cat, but I think Cat does not have the right build right now. Is your Farina 6/6? No. She has C2. And she is configured for damage right now for that Sijuin team. Like, C2 absolutely is making a meaningful difference as far as that team's damage performance goes. I make no disillusion to that.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Well, yep.
Remember, health comes first. Into space.
Of course.
Suffocate.
I don't know if I triggered aggravate. No, did he? New artifacts revealed? Yes. You have Farina C1, what does it do? Farina C1 is gives her additional fanfare immediately and also increases her fanfare cap. So basically you can go to 100% damage bonus instead of 75% damage bonus now, and you always start with 25%. Is Farina C2 the best in the game? Depends on you. Depends on teams you're using it in. Depends on how much you are comfortable with fragility in order to abuse its ability to allow you to use non-optimal healers, right? Non-team-wide healers. Yeah, Nahida C2 I think is more objectively useful in more situations than Farina C2 is. Farina C2 is more situational. I like Farina C2 far more as far as like how they designed it than whatever. So, anywho's, the artifacts in Natlan basically say both the 2-piece and 4-piece bonuses. Both the 2-piece and the 4-piece bonuses basically outright say When using Natlan characters, most likely this is only Natlan characters from version 5.0 to 5.1. The first one is Marishasei's, like, so on-field characters only. When they are in the special state that Natlan characters will do for the early patches.
Taking a turn for the better.
Could be wrong with the early patch thing. I'm being a little bit of a pessimist here, but it's I don't even think it's pessimism. I think it's just realism based on, you know, what they've previously done for artifacts in the game. As far as version 5.3 will probably have new artifacts, characters designed not to use the previous artifacts. So, like, yeah, the first artifact is Marishasei, but for Natlan characters, and only Natlan characters, and never other not Natlan characters. Unless the Pyro Archon happens to have some kind of gimmick in the same way that Farina does, wherein, like, Farina enables Marishasei for other characters because she, like, makes you have HP drain, and then you have a healer HP gain, right? So, you, like, Marishasei Hunters, is if you're doing HP fluctuation, you can use Marishasei's. Farina causes an HP fluctuation. The difference is Marishasei's has a lot of ways to be used that doesn't require Farina, and doesn't require a character inherently having HP manipulation mechanics to a meaningful degree, that can be valuable to farm for, and on top of being paired with Golden Troop, which is valuable in many ways, and having relevant 2-piece set bonuses, whereas these new artifacts do not. So, you know, it's slightly better than Marishasei's for specific characters. Basically, it's not. I don't know. I'm so disappointed in the artifacts because, like, they've traditionally, right, like 2.0 artifacts, Emblem, Shimenawa is less so, but, you know, notably Emblem, has been like an artifact that is relevant to today. I'm using Emblem here on Dia, right? It's a set that enables characters to be competent, and it gets a relevant 2-piece set bonus, a very relevant 2-piece set bonus. And then Deepwood, Gilded Dreams, same thing. Like, they're artifact sets that are interesting in they're useful on a lot of different characters. A lot of different stat combinations are useful on them, and it's something that promotes, like, these are artifacts that promote thinking about the interactions between characters, right? Like, they're artifacts that you utilize in conjunction with the layers of interactivity of the other game mechanics. Whereas the Natlan artifacts are, when using Natlan characters, get damage bonuses. So, like they're breaking that trend, right? Of them doing artifacts that do not in the 0.0 version that can be more useful, is what I would say. And it really saddens me because I think there's a lot of unutilized potential for the artifact system to do more interesting things. Play some music? Sure, that's fair. Give me a second. I don't have playlists ready for this, but I'll just shuffle. You know what? I'll shuffle. What do I shuffle? Where's my music tab? There it is. I think I can get away with this. I don't know. I'm gonna play. This is gonna be really quiet, just background music, and it's probably not gonna fit what's going on at all. But it's what I want to vibe to, so you get to deal with it. Okay. Also, some of these are kind of spoilers, but it's fine. It'll be fine. Shuffle. Also, I need to turn off the music. There we go. Okay. It's too loud? I can barely hear that. This is Outer Wilds music. And now it's gone. But that's, I think, the track that's just gone. It was okay. Okay. Oops. Also, wrong thing. wasn't too loud. Good. Continue. Almost hit abandon. This is not music that's gonna fit the combat of Genshin at all, but it's what I want to vibe to. There's some potential real banger tracks in this. We might not hear them because it's a video game soundtrack. I will skip this one though. Oh, your speakers were on maxed. Okay. Remember this one in Outer Wilds? Yes, of course I have to redo this. I feel like it's not loud enough. This has to be louder, I'm sorry. Alright. Yeah, not all the Outer Wilds songs are like you remember them. It's because they're well made. Like sometimes you just need vibe songs, sometimes you need memorable songs, right? Good job, Siege Wings. Doesn't really matter, basically. Okay, we can do causal to trivialize the first side, though. River indeed. This is one of those songs that when it happens in game in Outer Wilds, by the way, just like it makes the memory of entering this area for the first time stick with you forever. It's that good. You're not. Oh my god, don't interrupt me. Really? I keep getting interrupted by their stupid overloads. Wait, I didn't kill these dudes right away. This is not a playlist, it's just I just went and looked up the 2 Outer Wilds soundtracks if you wanted to listen to them. I will say, like, experience these songs for the first time in-game is a better experience. So, you know, I apologize for ruining some of the surprises of some of them, but you probably will forget them if you end up playing the game later. I just get 60k, I think, on Siege Wings hit there. Was that free now? I'm not sure. I feel like they gave up the idea in making general sets since the current one's available, make the design options restrictive. I mean, yeah. But that's why, like, I want them to go into... Because, like, they're pigeonholing themselves into only making sets that give, like, damage stats, right? Rather than doing sets that do... More sets that do their own effect. That's, like sets... Like, the most interesting sets in the game are Ocean Hute Clam. Like, which isn't that interesting to me. But, like, it's interesting in that it does a special effect based on some other mechanic happening in the game. And then Thundering Fury is still the most fun set in the game, right? Because no, it's a Sethos C4.
Do you hear that?
Because like Thundering Fury is like when triggering electro reaction, cooldown reduction, right? Like that changes how you can potentially think about using characters. In a way that's like, it's very rarely like, is that, oh my god, is like, you need to use Thundering Fury. But like I'm using Thundering Fury on Sethos, for example, because he is an electro character who gets meaningful damage from the baseline buffs, the stats it gives, but then also gets some advantage from this cooldown reduction. But there's shenanigans you could do with it that are fun to think about, right? Like, there's so much underutilized potential in artifacts doing things that are not just damage bonus, crit, right? Like attack, EM. Like, do more than just give stats with these things, Mihoyo. That's what frustrates me. Is like, you don't just have to do that. Like, yeah, they might be running out of options for, you know, just doing things that give damage bonus. Well, this is awkward. Well, I guess Baiju go. Did you play Outer Wilds on stream? No. It was before I was doing any streaming. Well, bear with me here. I did not realize there was Electro Specters. Have we had the 5.0 official buff yet? Oh yeah, that's the saddest thing. So like, level 100 is apparently not a thing. have no idea where this song is from, by the way. What in the game? It's called "Older Than the Universe." Okay, interesting. Yeah, there's no official buff in 5.0. Well, other than the fact that every new character that released buff's official, technically. But ignore that. I'm talking about like direct buffs by like, you know, new artifacts, or, you know, like if level 100 was a thing, that would have been official buff, but apparently it's not a thing, which is probably good, because I don't know how much faith I would have had in Mihoyo to do that well. Why the sound became dim? Because it's, I don't know, it's just the music. It's vibe music versus actively. I don't know, I can skip. It's ambience music. Yeah, no official buff in 5.0. How sad, right? Because she really needed more buffs. Why? It's only playing DLC music, by the way. I told it to shuffle the other one too. Oh, yeah, the other one's in there. It's just like, oh, there's a banger song. Okay, spoiler song. If you want to play Outer Wilds, I'm gonna skip to the next song. Okay. Actually, no, I'm gonna let this one play because I like this one too. But the next song that plays after this one is a song that I actually highly, it is the #1 song in Outer Wilds that I think, like, not hearing this song before you play the game is better, because like the impact of the moment is amplified by the song for the first time, and how it works into the motifs of all the other songs of Outer Wilds. So stop watching for like 15 minutes if you ever think you're gonna play Outer Wilds. Yeah, anyways, no official buffs in 5.0. How sad. Level 100 for official would have been a buff because Aggravate. Aggravate's base scaling, the additive bonus that Aggravate does, scales with level, and EM, of course. Can I get my energy, please? Name of the game, Out of the World? No, Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds. Yeah, level cap would be for both character and weapons if they were to do it. Yes, most likely. Like, it would mean a lot of major, like, balance changes. I'm not surprised it's not actually a thing, but the leaks still probably do indicate that Mihoyo was considering it internally, which is why it was worth discussing, but it's probably a good thing. This is the song I was talking about. I should take... Wait, it'll be fine. My god, like, it's been a while since I listened to the song. I just had goosebumps. Like, Jesus Christ, the emotional impact this game managed to make on me. That, like, 5 years later, listening to a song again gives me goosebumps. I'm gonna play this song again after, don't you worry. I can't not. Nice 90k from Siegewin there. Our Wilds taught you couldn't emergency land a plane. Yeah, indeed. Should I make a video this week about Genshin no UI? And actually, no, it'll probably be a stream format instead. I'll do a stream this week, I think, trying to play Genshin without a UI. So the whole stream will have Genshin with the UI off, assuming they let you do that and it doesn't force UI to appear at certain points, like in Abyss. Alright, I'm gonna replay. I'm gonna turn up the volume because I want to. Let me know if it's too loud. I'm just gonna slightly increase it. Update is tonight for me. Bubbles. Wanderer's Troop or Thundering Fury? I prefer Thundering Fury for the flexibility. Wanderer's Troop would be more what you would generically recommend for maximum damage, like if you're gonna get the highest number from him. I did not have official though. Oops. Oh, stop. Swirl Electro, that's fine. Oh. Time does it update Central Time? Central Time, it's usually 9 to 10 p.m. So like I'm gonna log in at 10 p.m. at night, try to record a Kave video and then edit that and get it updated up for tomorrow. Sure. Oops. Let's go over here. Alright, lower the volume a little bit. I want to like listen to that song just over and over to be completely honest, but it's fine. Yeah, going for Kave cons, yes, because I definitely shouldn't, and like I would not if it was not for a video, but I think it's a good opportunity to talk about not being baited by 4-stars, even if it's a 4-star that only reruns once every 3 years, and notably the weapon banner too. I'm not gonna wish on the weapon banner, but I'm gonna talk about it. So it's a good opportunity to talk about things. I think. Next song. Alright, so Dia and Sijuin is not very doable. Like doing DPS Sijuin, the problem is like I could do, you know, actually is it? I don't know. It would be pretty cool if I could. Like, this team is more than competent in dealing with the first chamber and honestly all the chambers. It's just not as ideal for the Rita, which is a little bit awkward. So if like I'm using Sethos on the last chamber, Sethos is not great with like the Scorpion and whatever, like Sethos Fischl. Like I just lose a lot of the team's damage. I can mitigate that by doing something like, right, like this team format, for example, would work for me to be able to clear second half without a problem. So like I can definitely use Sethos. It's just I don't know if I could do those the same teams. I don't think Aggravate Sethos would work. as well as I would want if I want to fully clear the full way through. So I think what we're going to do is since you guys voted for DPS Siege Queen, we'll do both, I think. But first, I'm going to do what the most sensible approach is when it comes to trying to decide how to use characters like that are worse or unoptimal, whatever in some ways, right? Like, even though this team is actually very strong. But, you know, on a baseline, like, doing DPS Siege Queen, using carry Dia, this team is 100% abusing Farina's strength, to be clear. Doing that, right, you can mitigate any, like, lower damage potential teams by using a stronger team on the second side, kind of thing. Let's do... Can I still use Sethos? I don't know. Like, Sethos Official is going to rip through their shields. It's just a problem of the last... Oops. It's just a problem of the last chamber. Honestly. Like, it's a problem in conjunction of not having Electro to guarantee getting through this faster. Why is their character screen separated by rarity? Because that's what Mihoyo sorts things by level and rarity. So, like, the priority for the top of the list is level and rarity, right? So it shows 5-star characters that are level 90 first, and then it will show 4-star characters that are level 90, and then it prioritizes level over character rarity, to be clear. But if level is the same, it prioritizes rarity. There will be starring for this now, I believe, in 4.8, if I recall, so that you can be like, yeah, I want Sethos to be on top, kind of thing. Yeah, I can definitely get through the first chamber with Sethos, right? Is kind of my point that I'm trying to make here. But I'll just demonstrate it here, I think. Unless... No. Do we do Electro Charge or do we do Aggravate? Right. I think we do Electro Charge, actually. This team has no healer. Never mind. I don't want to do that. Normally when I've been doing Electro Charge is very good in my experience clearing the second side, but I've been doing Electro Charge with Farina usually. And this is an annoying abyss to factor in trying to clear one team the full way through. Yeah, but you know, whatever. I'm just gonna do this team the first side, and then we'll do a Sethos team in the second half, but with a different team in the first half. So I can do both. Prove that both is possible. I could do Kokomi, yeah. I don't know. Let's try Kokomi just for the funsies, I guess. Sure. We'll try Electro Charge with Kokomi. Oh, Kokomi's on the wrong build. It's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't remember what exactly I was doing. Oh, Farina's vaping there. Normally I prefer Dia to be vaping, but it doesn't really matter as long as... This is loud. I know, I'm sorry. The song is meant to be loud. There's a reason for it. I will not say why.
Your coming was foretold. We're the eternal oasis.
Yeah, some songs are meant to be loud. I'm sorry. Die. There we go.
Adorn my night.
Did I not fish all? No, I did fish all. Fine. Alright.
One with nature. One with wind and cloud. Way ahead.
Ow.
Night phantasmagoria.
Let's move out.
Birds call.
Question is, which song is this? If you played Outer Wilds, you know what I mean. Well, if you played Outer Wilds in the DLC. Fine, not bad.
Adorn my night. Aegis wisdom. Into space.
Thundering Fury on Sethos does not work as well. An Electro Charge teams, at least this one, it seems like. I'm not triggering it with as much consistency, but it's fine. No, I was not whistling. I wish I could whistle that well. I can't do it. I'll be able to do it someday. Is Kokomi the solution? I mean, Kokomi made it livable. Like, it wasn't that surprising that I was able to play that one, to be clear. I maybe should have just not done that. I might restart. Yeah. I don't know. Ow, 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 ow. Do that. I still. There we go. There we go. Okay. Don't you teleport. No! I hate this dude. Ow. That's 50k. Go, dear, go, dear, go. Yeah! It was okay. It was okay. Yeah, I really wish this was a new Abyss. This was not the encore version of the song. That's fine. I like both of them. Electro Charge, by the way, like, I think it was a Jeff had a recent clip basically being like, Electro Charge without Xingqiu is bad, or something like that, or like Electro Charge without specific characters, and like he's just wrong. I'm sorry. Like he was basically saying that Electro Charge only works for like, oh god, for stunning enemies when you have some specific characters, and he is just wrong. I'm sorry. Like, I've been doing enough Electro Charge teams as Abyss that they pretty much all work to varying degrees of success, to be clear, but they do not require the 1.0 characters that he thinks they require. What am I doing? What am I doing? Yes. Oh god. I don't think doing this is actually that worthwhile. I think it might have been better just to do charge attacks. I'm almost dead. I wonder if Kokomi having her EM build is actually really good here. I have no idea. Like, if there's underlying Electro and Kokomi is the one, can you die? Triggering, like she just got an 11k Electro Charge there. She has a Bloom build going. For like for the Nilu. No. Ow, ow, can you not? This is not my favorite Electro Charge team I've played. As you can see, it's struggling a bit with this chamber. I can definitely clear it, I think. Particularly with a... well, maybe there should be a pessimist here. Maybe I can do it here. Oh, no. No. Okay, I succeeded? Nice. No, I didn't succeed. No. Okay, well, you got the point, right? If I it hadn't been like slightly bad with Magu Kenku cleared like just a few seconds faster, and then, you know, whatever. That was a clear. I'm not gonna redo. It was close enough, good lord. Sue me. I'm doing DPS, Siege Wing, Carry, Dia, all the teams for Phoenix damage. And that's part of the fun of the team, in my opinion. Just, and then set those, and it worked. So this is going to be harder though, because we don't have Electro for this enemy, right? And this was the main problem I was having, where like I knew the team would work well for like the other chambers, but this chamber without Electro is going to be a little bit, yeah, yeah. It's and like, yeah. There we go, and then we just have to wait. Like, it's not ideal. Anymore. Skip this song. Not that it's bad. I think that's just definitely an ambient song that fits the whatever's happening in the game. Not much of a generally vibe song. Ah, I didn't break them. Oh, dear. Right, like, this is taking, like, we have the DPS thresholds, but just too much of time-wasting mechanics when we don't have Electro, right? So, in conjunction with the fact that there is a Electro-resistant enemy in this side, and we have a very Electro damage-focused team, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god. Just gonna abuse my Kazuha C1 here, don't mind me. I don't know why I didn't. Whatever. It's fine. Why? Why? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. There's the Electro shields on these Seahorse, right? And then there's also the Beastie that is then Electro resistant in the next one. So this is quite hard to actually clear. With this team, I think. Not necessarily impossible, but certainly need to do that, but you be less of a butthole. Like, we are wasting too much time, and this is the one that should be faster. No, really? I don't have cooldown up. Ah, Kokomi. Kokomi being awkward if you don't use her properly. Yeah. Yep. I mean, you get the point, I think. Like, watch Fischl's damage. Even when swirled, like, we're doing 7,800 against it, right? Like, it's not enough against the Beastie here. Too much Electro damage focus for a team that on the first side, because we don't have Electro, can't deal with it as well. But we will still go through it with the actually, well, alright, so like I can easily clear with the Sathos team like that, basically, if I put a stronger team on the first side, right? So I think that shows it well enough. I don't need to do Sathos again. So yeah, we'll clear with Dia again this time, but we will do another team on the second side. Still visual. Maybe a hybrid Raiden, maybe? Hybrid Raiden Electro Charge might be fun. Probably bring in Dendro. I kind of want to just do pure Electro Charge, honestly, though, again. I don't know. Actually, it'll be fun. Let's see how this goes. It's... Wait, well... No, I'm struggling. Sorry. I'm just like... I want to do Electro Charge, but the core units I would like to do Electro Charge with are over here. And like, I just did this, but it would just be the same team but with Ride instead of... And it would just be actually worse in some ways. Better in some ways and worse in some ways. So let's do an actual Hyper Riding team then. I mean, I could swap Ride and Farina, but I want to play this team. Did I skill on her? I did not. Whoops. Yeah, go Dia Vapes. Oh, I didn't have Dia skill then. Whoopsies. Move. Move. I'm stuck behind the body of this one. Ah! This game. Give me my energy. There we go. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, it worked. Whatever. That was not an optimal clear. No, this is a carry Dia. It plays very similarly with EM Dia, to be clear. I do not want to burst on these. I love that Riding Z doesn't proc on shields. You cease existence. Please? Okay, well, maybe I should have Riding bursted. What? Did I just separate them out with some overloads by accident? Oh my god, snap, snap. How are you overloading? What is happening? Oh, I swirled Pyro. Ah! No, 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 no. That was really annoying. Next one. Can we see those builds? Yes. Might need to remind me after I'm done here. Good. Got some Hydra on it. It's nice. Is there a song playing? No? Yes, there is. Bye, please. Please. Thank you. Let's do this one out.
Where do you think you're going?
I didn't be a skill. Brain. I probably would have killed him with Siege Wing there. That would have been a pretty optimal clear, actually, if I had been slightly less dumb.
Seems like an emergency.
Alright, we are going to ride and burst this one.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Love that you teleported this way, you absolute bottle. Yeah. Okay, well this team is one thing. It's definitely worse at clearing the first wave. That's for dang sure.
Taking a turn for the better. Mind the side effects.
Okay, we're not going to... have a stroke. We're not going to burst on top of it. Okay. Let's heal.
Seems like an emergency.
Ah, why did I stand over here? That was really dumb. Well, okay. I guess we're waiting here though. Why? Why does this not? I hate everything. Why? I love that Fischl doesn't just target these. It's cool. Good design, Mario. It's just... Will you replace Siege Wing with Emily? No. I would like to replace Nahida. Yeah. I don't know if the team will work as well with Siege Wing, or with Emily. But, that's my hope. Oh, whoops. Whatever. You know something I should probably do? I should probably purposely try to Nahida E like at the start of the center so that when I go to the Ruin Guard, I kill him like with the EM buff from Nahida for Diaz Vapes, right? Or for Ina's Vapes, honestly. Well, no, it's only an on-field buff. But
Where do you think you're going?
we did things too fast. Didn't have my cooldowns back. Still pretty decent.
But we'll meet again.
Next song. What song is this? Oh, it's like it's a little remix song that they made. Oh, nice. I don't think I've heard this one before. Maybe I have. I think I definitely listened to this whole album before, but... I'll do this just for a little bit of extra animo. Something. Also, I probably should have Baiju Burst. Would have probably made that dude dead already. You're not dead! Ah. Why? Get Electro, please. No! Swirl Pyro again!
A bitter pill to swallow. Taking a turn for the better. Midnight mentality.
Okay, let's hug them. Alright. We wait for the other one to spawn. There we go. Okay. What? Didn't hit the other one. Oh god, no! I'm dumb. Why? Why am I struggling so much? Why am I struggling so much? No, it's not right in C2. I'm struggling at being bad. I could probably have still cleared there, potentially. But like, also I didn't do what I said I was gonna do. Let's try the let's try bursting with Nahida right here, right? So do something like this. So now we have Nahida buff in here, versus like at some instances before we did not have Nahida buff. Can you not run away from me? God, I love these enemies. Is Siege Wing gonna kill it? Nope, not quite. Die please. Die please. Die please. Thank you. I wonder if I should start with Dia Burst in that situation here. Might make sense. Not sure. Whoops, what did I do that for?
Where do you think you're going?
Yeah, there we go.
The eternal oasis of long.
I thought that was Dia. Whoops.
Goodbye. But we'll meet again.
Dia is C1.
Illusion shattered.
Seems like an emergency.
Torn to oblivion.
You didn't get through the shield. Please. Thank you. How did I swirl Pyro again when the dude had Electro on him? Wha-
Bigger pill to swallow. Taking a turn for the better.
Librarial decree. Now you shall perish.
Okay. Ah, let's not be around me!
On to oblivion.
Ah!
Seems like an emergency.
Oh my god. I'm struggling to live so much.
Mind the side effect.
Okay, this is not gonna work. It's funny how much less this is working versus the electrocharge team, though. You know, it turns out Hydro is nice with this chamber. Okay. What is this song? Oh, don't recognize this one very much. Oh yeah, that song.
Hatched.
Oh yeah, I probably did have pyro on myself. That's true. From the burning. You are probably correct. I forget. Okay. let's just bring Hydro. I don't know. You know what? I haven't really tried much actually. Let's try bringing this team to the second side. I think it will work fine. I think I have done that before, but this is the the smart thing to do. I just like how the team plays in the first chamber there, and how it adapts to the new things. So, all right. What can we do Sethos? I feel like Sethos really struggles in the first chamber. You know what, we'll do Chevy. I like Chevy. Bro's underestimating Abyss with no Hydro second half. I'm aware of. I just wanted to try it. I know. I mostly use my favorite teams in the second half have definitely been Electrocharge teams for sure. So I just wanted to try it. If they're gonna make us fight the new enemies, then I'm at least gonna, you know, I'm gonna do my darndest to try new things, right?
I've always done.
I don't think I actually got. Nope. Yeah, that was bad.
As you wish.
Justice will prevail. Have your weapon.
I didn't have any skill on the one dude. Well, okay, good job me.
Right here.
So we'll take the time to do this then. I did this really badly.
Coming was for target practice.
Right here. Right now. Shadow Raven. You asked.
Where do you think you're going? The eternal away.
Damn. This is Outer Wilds soundtrack music. I never listened this closely to this song before. It's called. This one's Rivers End Times specifically. Blam. Season does not apply much Hydro, by the way, so this is still probably going to be a struggle. I want to emphasize that. This is kind of the experience where, like, it's easy to clear this abyss for me, right? Second chamber without a problem if I just take it like chamber by chamber, right? Do chamber one and then do whatever I want for the next chambers. And we grouped them properly though, which is good. Let's wait for the things to fall down. Yep, there we go, before I burst it in. Alright. Yeah. Unironically, we're gonna. Oh no, we're good. Okay. No. This. Doubles. I have no idea. Did these always apply Hydro? And unironically might be better to do the bubbles now. Dead. So I was aiming the wrong way. Blam. Easy. Probably would have been a lot harder without C2 Farina, but I acknowledge that this team feels better with C2 Farina. I haven't had many people that said they've tried it because probably not that many people have pulled Sijuin. But yeah, if you have Sijuin, genuinely, especially without a with the non C2 Farina, right? I'm curious how well that team feels to play to you. Like, it's going to be a lot worse. Like, but like, it's also exactly like the team where I don't mind having constellations because I like doing fun things where just like it makes it more enjoyable to use Dia and Sijuin on fielded together, right? Oh yeah, I really like the environmental effects from Sijuin's bubbles as well. So we'll heal.
Right here. Emerge. A sight to behold. Right now.
Aw, I was hoping that would line up, but never actually tried that before.
Right now. Emerge.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Orange shadow. Descend.
Oops.
Right now. On, reveal that.
I need energy. Oh, I know why I didn't have energy. I didn't burst. Will Nilu work with Kanich? Probably. From the little bit I saw from his kit, probably yes.
Right here. Emerge.
But we don't know his application, to be clear. I didn't burst again.
Right now. Emerge. Right now. On, reveal. Hands right seal. No. Nothing lasts.
We can go down.
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Oh, good job dodging me.
Emerge.
No. I don't have energy.
Right here. Right now.
A little bit of struggles here with Chevrolet's only being the only defensive unit on that team. I guess we're Dia. See, but I really love this team having that modality, right? I'm like, oh, okay, don't have Siege Wing Burst? Fine, just Dia Burst. And then, oh, look at this. Hi, please. Hello? Thank you. My own advice and actually do things with you. Almost. You know. Where'd Changling go? Hello, Changling. Oh, there we go. Shengling's dead. Easy. You kind of want to lose the 50-50 again, so you maybe gets Dia C6. Do you have Dia C5? I wish I had that luck. God, that'd be great. And the thing is, no one would complain about you having C6 Dia. They'd be just like, wow, you have C6 Dia. I could do it all the time. They'd be like, eh. Well, it'd still be annoying because people would be like, it only works because it's C6.
Everlasting as the moon.
Emerge. Right here.
Midnight Venta.
Justice will prevail. Drop your weapons. Final warning.
Please. There we go. This. Alright, helps if I have to work. I can clear this much faster actually with this team. I think, was it this team? Was it? No, actually no. Oh my god, really? Yeah, I can definitely clear that much faster. But with the Candace Arlecchino team, I can clear that Dorito in 25 seconds. Without any Electro. Can Xiangling hit harder than Dia? In this team, probably, but it's also... there'd be upsides to it, to be clear. But the point of like Dia and Sichuan here is to make use of like Sichuan being a short field time DPS unit and Dia being a short field time DPS unit, also taking advantage of Sichuan's healing and skill damage buffing still. And then Nahida's here for Dendro things, for the burning synergy, for making vapes on Freenet and Sichuan possible. So, and Virgins, right? And buffing.
I see everything.
Hello? What? Oh, there. What? Where? There's one that's gone. Oh, it's over there. Frick you. Wait, I was gonna restart this the second half. Okay. Well, this is all scuffed. What? Oh my god. I hate everything. Okay. Well, this was. Don't worry about it. Die, please. Die. Thank you. We ignore what happened there. Yes, the interruption resistance as well, which is not up right there because I was distracted.
You might feel a little pretty. You're dead, mate.
This is Pyro, it's not going to take much damage.
Strike a pose. Let the world roll. Make yourselves a move.
If you had decided to raise my C6 Candace to work with Arlecchino and she's okay. I think she's more than okay. I can... yeah, I can probably show strengths of C6 Candace with Arlecchino in this Abyss. I actually haven't directly... I mean, actually, we'll test it. We'll see, you know, how... to be clear, like, Yelan is a perfectly competent teammate, too. I'm not saying you need C6 Candace. I've never said that. But it's a very strong synergy, and it's far more satisfying, and I think it only really starts to shine when you take advantage of Candace both for her defensive utility in certain contexts, like the previous enemy cycle had the triple Kenkis, where you could tank a lot of the damage with Candace's shield. And then, more notably, like Candace has the ability to adapt to new waves in a way that I think feels very satisfying. Not that Yelan can't do that too, she can apply Hydro through new waves spawning. But she does not do the AoE, right? The AoE application, which is relevant in the first chamber of this Abyss. I'm gonna skip the next song. It's not a pleasing vibe song to me. Oh frick. Oops. Well. I'm walking that again for the potential of no crit Arlecchino video. Wow. You got C1 Freenet? It's just good. Anytime you use Freenet, you'll get more damage bonus. It's just pretty good. You don't really have to think about C1 Freenet. It's just a nice improvement for her. You will get more damage bonus quicker, a little bit less punishing for not having like healing used optimally, kind of thing. A little bit faster buff, yeah. It's just overall a nice improvement, universal improvement for her. It's a little bit more than just fanfare. But yeah, let's yeah, one notable thing, again, I think like theater will give you a lot of like Mora too, but like, man, look how much Mora you get. You get like 600,000 Mora from clearing Abyss. We're not getting the good songs for Outer Wild songs right now. To be clear, I think almost all the songs are fitting. Like, I've never felt like these songs were out of place in the moment in Outer Wilds. They're made really well. It's just not all songs that are made for a particular situation happening in a game are appropriate to just listen to. So anyways, let's so first I'll show I'll show Candace. And like Yelan can contribute more damage than than Candace can in an Arlecchino team, right? Which is probably the most notable value of Yelan over Candace, but I suspect what's going to happen here is you're going to see the Candace team be better. Mostly because of its ability to have faster rotations. Let's do... frick it, yeah. Double Electro, double Hydro, let's go. Tips to 36-star best teams. Your biggest things you probably have that might be underutilized for clearing this Abyss cycle, assuming you're struggling with the second chamber, which is the main pain point. Second half of chamber 1 is abuse the actual heck out of Fischl and Beto. If you have Beto C2. Their Electro application can kind of carry you through getting through the shields fast. And yeah, Electro charge is quite nice, is kind of like the simple way. Doing Electro and Hydro, the two things that are good through Pyro shields, is quite good. The Electro charge I'm doing on the second side is not necessarily ideal. Like normally Electro charge would want an Anima unit, and that can be useful. No. Meant to press 2 there and then Q. Instead I pressed Q before 2. I already had used the switch, that was dumb. Oh, I already had Hydro. I couldn't see it, so I switched just in case. So I should have done that, but oh well.
Raise a storm! Everybody stand! Where do you think you're going?
I don't know why I held shield there, it's fine, whatever. Oh, what was the clear time I got there? Frick. Does anyone know what the clear time was? I forgot to check. To be clear, I have played that team. I've actually, like, I enjoy the team optimizing that team. And I have played that team enough that I can tell you I've gotten as low as 45-second clears. So just to like establish a baseline of comparison to Yelan, which is what we're going to compare to next. Same team, but Yelan instead. Can you spawn the next one? Thank you. Did I re-fischl? I don't know if I did fischl. It's probably fine. Like, not easy to have like a minute to spare on this chamber. It was 9:13. Okay, yeah. So that was close to about the optimal time that I have with that team normally. Hello, Artophobic. How's Candace energy? We're fine. No, I was trying to dodge that and not get interrupted. But. Teleport? No? Okay. Now you're gonna teleport, which means... You're gonna teleport, aren't you? Yeah, yeah. You do the Abyss and Poems only? Not yet. Oh yeah, I can show the builds. Remind me again after we're done before I switch to Yolan. Okay. Okay. Go.
There is no escape. Torn to oblivion.
Well, Arlecchino is C1, but what we're comparing here is we're comparing my Arlecchino team. Like, we're just comparing Candace versus Yolan. Right, so the Arlecchino constellation doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, if you were trying to approximate for you, if you had, you know, equivalent Arlecchino build quality, you know, Bennett Noblesse with Aquila Vonia, right? So same Bennett buff going on, the same Candace build going on, right? I would add, because like 90% or more of the team's damage is probably Arlecchino. Arlecchino C1 is probably like a good additional like 10 seconds maybe faster potentially, but really one of the big difference makers is just whether or not you can meet the threshold of being able to clear that ruin guard that spawns in the second wave of Chamber 1, I would say. No, this is C1 Raiden with hybrid Raiden, so she's doing some like meaningful electrocharge damage potentially in this team, and we're not really making the best use of Raiden necessarily. I just wanted to play Raiden. Oh. Okay, we're good. Good. That's what I was talking about with that team being able to get 25-second clears. Yeah. And what I could have done there, by the way, if I needed to do additional rotation, I think it was more efficient to not do an additional rotation there, in favor of just skilling again, getting a tiny bit of bond of life, not even waiting for the build-up. But like Candace, Bennett, both have a 15-second cooldown. So you can have actually a high amount of flexibility with being able to adapt. Like having that shorter rotation means more flexibility for adapting to new waves. Like it mitigates Bennett's circle impact issues, right? Because you don't need to like constrain yourself with the normal 20-second team format. So what we should see with Yolan is, like, even though Yolan should be basically similar or better in single target situations compared to Candace, is it's not going to be that much better necessarily. And it should be worse for Chamber 1, I think. We'll see. And ultimately it's going to always depend on like what your exact build situation and all your characters look like and yada yada, right? So keep that all in mind. But and for me, ultimately, it literally just comes down to, more than anything, I just like the feel of how that... Really? Oh, I think you're dead already. That's fine. I vastly prefer the feel of Yolan plus Arlecchino together. Or sorry, not Yolan. Candace and Arlecchino together versus Yolan and Arlecchino together. And like, Yolan's damage contribution when she's solo Hydra is not that high anyways, so... Can you die, please? I hate all of you. I know I could burst on Raiden, but I guess I will.
Phantasmagoria.
No, I'm not gonna burst on Raiden. There we go. Okay. Respawn official. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Let's do. Alright. There we go. Hello, Scorpion. Let's spawn your thing so we can just get this over with. Let's see how little Raiden damage we do against an electro resistant. Yeah, 30,000. Yay, electro resistant characters. Can I get my energy? No? Okay. There we go. No problem. Oh, the meme song. Here, I'll increase the volume here.
I created another.
Getting Candace to do something useful, it's kind of hard at C0. Oh yeah, it's basically impossible. She doesn't even have enough infusion time to do anything interesting. At C6, or at C1 at minimum should have been her base kit, but I still maintain her C6 should have been a base kit. So yeah, builds, and cares. Marsha says, Aqua Simulacra build. Well, that explains why I was having a little bit of energy issues. I apparently must have swapped her to have a little bit less ER at some point. She probably needs like 10 more ER to be more comfortable. Key of Clash the Suit. Golden Troop. Probably more ER than I technically need on Farina, but I still prefer extra for comfort. Cool. Loud. That's a meme song in Outer Wilds that plays after you get a special ending. I will not spoil what it is, but it is a special ending. I had Dia build Emblem, carry Dia with her weapon on an HP, or sorry, not HP timepiece, ER timepiece. Because, yeah, if you're doing carry Dia, solo pyro carry Dia, without an ER weapon, you need an ER timepiece. So, yeah. Or a lot of ER substats. Kazuha is on a Kazuha build. Yeah, Raiden on her hybrid build, 400 EM, 170. EM Goblet, EM timepiece. So, Arlecchino build, 4-piece Gladiator. Homa, so a lot of crit damage. A little bit inconsistent sometimes with her crits, but yeah. So anyways, let's try Yelan. So Yelan is configured already for solo Hydro. I have my Yelan C6, but I have her on attack timepiece and defense circlet for a reason. So like her crit ratio is like she's powered down, right? This Yelan should perform much closer to a low constellation Yelan, essentially. So factoring in like her talent level increase, her HP increase from C4, whatever, and I will not use her C6. So I wanna give that asterisk. This is a purposely powered down Yelan, but it shouldn't be that different from what like a Yelan should be able to get normally. But this is probably a stronger Yelan, honestly. Even with her being powered down, she's probably still stronger than a C0 Yelan would normally be in an Arlecchino team. So, you know, just keep that in mind. Obviously there I should be able to adapt to the I guess the AoE doesn't matter in that, but the AoE probably matters against these dudes. Yeah, see, Yelan's getting like 5k damage. It's like not nothing. It's more than Candace gets for her off-field damage. Ow, ow, ow. Where are you? I guess Yelan is probably... I don't know. Is Yelan better? Let's see. It's very similar in this chamber, at least. But like, it's really not that much better. That's my point. I just like how it feels more. And like, I could probably optimize that down. That was a little bit longer, I think, than the Candace clears. But I'm less used to playing that team. Yeah, it was like 4 seconds, 5 seconds longer. Like, it's not like it's hugely different, and I didn't expect it to be hugely different. But it's also not that much better. So like, I don't know. In single target, it theoretically should be better. I don't know. I like the fluidity of being able to adapt to rotations quicker. Is all I can really say. From the 2 different enemy cycles I've used the Candace Arlecchino team in at this point. Okay, thank you. So, you know, I prefer it. Doesn't mean you will. I suspect a lot of people will just prefer the Elan variation. I don't think, you know, you need to go for Candace C6 with Arlecchino. But it's a very strong and compelling synergy in some situations. It was probably more compelling in the previous Abyss cycle. When, oh boy, this is bad. When you could utilize Candace to consistently get AoE vapes on the triple Magu Kenkis, when you otherwise couldn't with Elan. Since it's so much easier to group these and get some AoE application from Elan's initial activations on the Doritos in the first wave there, it's right. You have less need in this chamber, or in this Abyss, I should say, for the AoE application on Candace. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Like, they're both compelling options. Candace requires C6, and a C6 of a 4-star they don't run very often is probably harder to get than Elan C0, right? And like, Fabbo is a free weapon for Elan and gives more ER for Elan compared to Candace. Is going to be harder to build. Like, Elan is the easier, simple choice for most people, I would absolutely say. I like how the Candace team feels to play, quite significantly over the. Oh, I should stop attacking. Okay, you gonna teleport? You're gonna teleport, right? Oh my god, really? Okay. I thought I was gonna teleport. I'm sorry. If you want to play Bloom Kave, you should get Nilu. I disagree. I think using Kave in a Nilu team is basically just ignoring almost everything about Kave's kit. Like, Kave is like not synergistic with Nilu at all, because Kave's Bloom buffing does not work with Nilu. So, you know. Okay. Watch him teleport now. Frick you. Like, yeah. That I think was slightly better. I'm not optimizing either of these clears. The Candace clear was, I think, very similar but slightly longer. But I, again, didn't optimize either of them down specifically. And it's hard to evaluate the slight difference in like their Yelan's personal damage contribution. But of course, Yelan should normally be a bit better in single target, I suspect, because of her personal damage contribution. Right? Well, yeah, Kave plus Nilu is better than doing Kave Bloom without Nilu. But I don't know, if you actually love Kave, do you not want to actually use this kit for anything other than just his Dendro infusion? I don't know. I'm sorry, I think it's lame. That's my opinion. I don't care if you want to play Kave and Nilu together. Wait, this is the second chamber. I should have just continued. Whoops. But like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think it's a very fun way to play Kave. It doesn't utilize his kit to any meaningful degree. That isn't just better by doing a Dendrophil or like literally Dendro Traveler, right? Oh, frick. Okay. You're gonna teleport again? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Hey, look at that. When he doesn't teleport, you can get faster clears. Crazy. You play Kave because you like him, not because he's good. Exactly. That's why, like, it's like kind of my point. Is like, if you like him, you just deal with the fact that he's gonna be useful in Abyss. I don't know. Like, if you really want to make a team that makes sure like he exists, like you don't play him because he's good. So why even play him in Nilou? Like, you may as well just play the teams where it actually utilizes his kit. I don't know. That's what I enjoyed about him, but and I still succeeded utilizing his kit. But anyways, like to play Nilou on field. I will make some kind of vape Nilou video this weekend. That's my plan, at least. Yeah, spread Kave I like more. Particularly because you can still do bloom things with spread Kave. You die? Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Anyways, play whatever characters you want and whatever teams you like. Okay, I don't want to use Ride and Burst again. Maybe I should have used Ride and Burst there instead of restarting, but it's fine. What? God, I hate these things. They just disappear. If you like him, shouldn't you want his best teams? Oh, I want to use him in teams that actually utilize his kit versus where he would be like I don't know. It's highly unsatisfying to me to like use characters like yeah, it's the same. Like, I'm sorry, it's exactly the same thing basically as saying, oh, you should just do Kave, Cloud Retainer, C6, Bennett, Farina, and do Vape Kave. It's the same thing. Both of them ignore equal amounts of his kit essentially. Like, where in the plunge team just takes advantage of him being a Claymore and having Claymore multipliers for plunge, right, and being good at getting the double hits, and like. The Nilou team ignores everything about his kit other than the fact that he has a Dendro infusion and applies a low amount of Dendro. Like, it's the same vein of thinking, right? I don't know, right? That's all. I like the idea of doing Quicken, but still having some bloom cores that he could potentially pop. Or your Electro user pops, but you don't necessarily have to use an Electro user that would pop them, right? So, like, I should try more Kave things with, but I need to like level 90 him to properly do spread things, and I haven't really wanted to level 90 him, hence why I prefer the goofy bloom plunge variation. Yeah, I don't recommend Kave in any way. He's one of the worst characters in the game, realistically, but like. I don't know. Don't let me stop you from playing him in Nilou if that's where you find it most fun. But it is Nilou doing literally all the work. Nilou and your other Dendro units doing all the work. Not Kave. Kave is there for moral support. And I guess he's a little bit... I guess the one notable thing, he's a bit more tanky of a unit for those teams. Because he has his self-healing gimmick. So, you can absolutely do it. It'll be fine. It just feels like exactly the same thing as if I was doing Vape Kave with C6 Bennett Farina Plunge. His kit tries to do too much and ends up doing too little. Yeah, I agree. What can improve him? I mean, he should have like look at Nilou. Look at how much damage bonus from Nilou to make Bloom, just the raw Bloom reaction good, she does two things. One, this is notable, she makes them pop basically immediately. Kave can make them pop immediately, but only when his skill is up, or his burst is activated. So like only 3 times in a rotation, which is a really big problem, right? He doesn't make them pop immediately. He only makes them pop immediately 3 instances in a rotation. Like that's pretty bad because you have piles up. You have bloom cores piling up, and and enemies can only take damage from bloom cores. They can take 2 instances of damage from bloom cores every 0.5 seconds. So if you have 8 bloom cores that you pop with Kaveh with his skill versus 2 bloom cores that pop with Kaveh versus skill, they're only out doing 2 instances of damage because you're popping them all at the same time, right? Nilou, they're constantly generating overtime, popping and dealing damage. So like, that's bad. So Season's Kaveh can fix that slightly by adding more instances of being able to pop the bloom cores. They're not piling up over time. That's kind of why I want him and to test him with C6. But then, what was I saying? Oh, to improve him. And then the other thing is, and this is the more egregious thing, like, it's already bad enough, right, that he's really bad with the, like, pile-up issue of bloom cores. The other thing is, like, Nilou gives, like, 400 up to. You need, like, this is only really possible with Key of Cautious Suit, right? But, like, up to 400% damage bonus. Like, so like without Key of Cautious Suit, you're more looking like the whatever 300-ish percent, a 300% multiplier. So like multiplying the base bloom damage by a significant degree, essentially. Kaveh like is doing like I think what 80% at max. So like they made him really bad for the timing of when it happens, and made him not buff the damage meaningfully. He does neither, right? Like I don't get why they did that. Like, you could have at least made it so he gave a significant buff. Like, if he's gonna be really bad for the bloom cores piling up, he should have buffed more than Nilou did, honestly, right? Or close to equivalent, because like it still would have been a lot worse than Nilou if he had the same tier of Nilou buff for the what the bloom core is doing. Alright, this should be faster. Particularly, yeah, this is, well, actually it's not, why is it not faster? Interesting. That went basically exactly the same as the Candace one, but it wasn't faster. Why? Well, it probably was just down to variance and crits on Arlecchino, most likely. Right, I cleared in like, I think 23 seconds versus like 26, 27 seconds. Isn't Nilou multiplicative while Kaveh is additive? I think you were correct, yes. So it's not, you were correct. It's not directly comparable to compare Kaveh's bonus to Nilou's bonus. Because of that, but just the point stands in that Kaveh buffs the actual bloom damage a lot less, on top of having the timing of when they explode issue. So yeah, and his constellations aren't very good. All his C6 does is basically minorly make him potentially slightly more usable with how he was intended. Like, he's just severely undertuned. Like, I do not get why they made him this undertuned, right? But you know, that's why I did shenanigans with his ultimate drip weapon, doing plunge Kaveh with Cloud Retainer, because like, hey, take advantage of the fact that he gives himself an infusion. He can still be used to apply some Dendro for core generation. Take advantage of him being a Claymore unit and that being valuable for plunge. Take advantage of Freena's damage bonus for him, getting still meaningful talent damage, which is like value from the infusion, but then Freena's on an EM build, and then he is popping the bloom cores, dealing meaningful damage with the bloom cores. Like, that's why I liked it. Like, it took full advantage of his kit. Was it hard reliant on the strength of Freena and Cloud Retainer? Yeah, duh. But like, I don't know. I found that more satisfying for me. So, anyways. I don't really consider using Kaveh and a Nilou team a Kaveh team, right? That's kind of what it is. They've done a lot of undertuned 4-star characters. Oh yeah, anytime they make a 4-star character meant to do damage, like they're a 4-star DPS oriented unit, not a supportive unit, they're usually just Almost always. They're just like, wow, there's some really cool ideas in this kit, but then they're just not good, right? At all. Like Gomming is a rare exception where he is okay, but that's more to the strengths of Pyro in many ways. Sethos is realistically relatively undertuned, but I think when he has enough creativity for allowing him to be used as a... Oh. That explains some of the issues I was having with Sethos. I see. And I still cleared. I want to emphasize, I still cleared with him. But like that's kind of the point in that, you know, he's more of an electro driver, right? Which is kind of what any on-field electro unit is. It's a problem with like why Chloran feels like she doesn't do anything that special is because basically any unit that just is doing a bunch of electro application is relegated to electro driving, and being reliant on the strength of Fischl and whatever. Whoopsies, yeah, that explains why I wasn't triggering Thundering Fury. I was like, yeah, I was never triggering Thundering Fury. I thought it was just like the way that application was lining up and the teams I was using wasn't functioning. Alright, I need to give Beto a different ER timepiece. Jesus. I apparently used Beto at some point recently here. See, I need more ER timepiece, that's what I need. Beto probably wants the crit more than anything, so here, there you go, Beto. I think Beto has Fav, so she probably doesn't even need that badly. Let me double check. Where are you? I'm blind. Beto. There you are. Yeah, you have 4 Emblem, 202 ER, 63 crit rate with Fabj. I think you're fine. You're probably fine. Don't even need to level it up. Alright. Oops. Yeah, Sethos is like kind of okay, just because like all on-field electro units are kind of okay, and he has avenues to making him output extra electro application with like the high ER build stuff that you can do, and his interesting energy mechanics. So I think they actually succeeded on him. I don't know if they intended to, but he's still a bit undertuned as far as his damage output. Still, I would say. But yeah, like 4-star DPS units that they released just are undertuned in general. But I don't know. Chevers still gives me more hope for 4 stars in general, as far as how they design them. They easily could have made this a 5-star character, and I would have said she's fantastic. Right. This probably would have been in her base kit. Or maybe it wouldn't have, I don't know. Maybe it would have been her C1, knowing Mihoyo. They could have made this character like with her C, like up to her C4, and be in her base kit, and then just have a little bit higher base multipliers, and then she's a really, really good C0 5-star, right? But they made her a 4-star that's super functional at C0. Like, holy. Thank you, Mihoyo. Why is Shunyun only level 80? What reason do I have to level her past 80? She doesn't... Like, she has nothing. Like, there's like no reason. Why were you on this? Oh, I know. I remember I was testing something a little while ago. Where? There it is. But yeah, anywho's, like, if I want a DPS Cloud Retainer, doesn't really need level 90. If I want to maximize her buff, doesn't really need level 90. She's completely scales on attack, and you don't gain much from going from level 80 to 90. So there's just like no reason. And that's a good thing. It's good to have characters that don't need to be level 90. Yeah, that extra 100 swirl damage. True. Alright, we should go into polearms only and wipe through this with Arlecchino. I will try this Abyss on polearms only when we get Emily. Trying to clear this Abyss on polearms only without using Arlecchino. But like, I'm not in the mood, I think, to try to do non-Arlecchino clears, I think, until that point. I think it might be possible because Abyss on poems only. Just a huge struggle. So, anywho's. Give me a second. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. What is wrong with me? Anyways. I don't know. This Abyss is not unfun. Like, I still enjoy Abyss. It's just like, I would like new enemy cycles because I enjoy Abyss the most when I have to, like, work through the nuance of dealing with the new enemy setups. If I ever do accounts reviews, account fixing is basically my form of account reviews in some form. I think it's account reviews, but more productive. Because account reviews is basically just looking at people's accounts and making funny yelling at them jokes about why would you do this without understanding any of that player's preferences for how they play the game. Like, when I do account fixing, I don't say this in my videos very much, but I usually talk to the person, and like in part of the form I ask what their favorite characters are, ask what their goals are and how much they care to use specific characters to achieve said goals, and try to get an approximation of how players play the game, in order to adapt to it, right? Because, like, I don't know, you can't properly judge someone's account ever without knowing that person well enough to understand how they like the game. So, you know, I think I'm not gonna say I'm never gonna just do a generic review and account format for like streams or whatever, but my focus would rather be account fixing, not account reviews. Is kind of my point. Just got another 28 crit damage, crit rate emblem circlet. Well, screw you, Sylvia. I would love more of those. I have none of them actually on my main account. I don't think I have any actually on this account either. Do I have anything with 4 rolls of crit damage on emblem? No, I don't think I do. I got this. This is extremely good. Yeah, no I don't. Even as EM. Nice. Alright, we'll go to the Abyss shortly. Just finishing dailies quick. Isn't her weapon put quite a big damage increase on Emily? Yes. If you're assuming bursting of her rotation, which even with her weapon I don't think you necessarily always want to do, because her alt has weird potential variable value. And like, as I mentioned in my Emily streams, one of the biggest unknowns that I think I have not seen anyone else mention, that is a really important detail, is like, I'm pretty sure when you cast her burst, just based on how the animation works and everything, I'm pretty sure when you cast her burst, what is this song? You lose her skill damage during the burst animation, which means you're losing some skill damage during that animation. And that has to be factored in for like the functional damage value her burst gives. And depending on the situation, her burst damage value I don't even think is worth the animation time necessarily, versus being able to do faster rotations. So like, Emily's weapon is very good on her. Duh. Is it overtuned? Probably. Is Emily a dysfunctional character without her weapon? No. And that's what I think is important, right? Is the character good? Can players feel like they get value out of the character without their weapon? Yes. So, and she has modality, like, I don't know, her weird ER needs and like the weird variable strength of her burst means like you can build ER on her and get value out of bursting every rotation with her, without her signature weapon, right? Or you could just not and just do like a crit weapon, and it just kind of like depends what weapons you have and depends what you want to do. Is Nilu better than Navia? They're very different situations. Like Nilu's strength is Nilu team's strength are AoE. I should use the last 20 resin I have. And Navia team's strength would be single target damage usually. It's probably the simplest line to draw. You know. Oh, of course. Skill you, please. No, of course it doesn't, because I didn't have any bond by accidentally, whatever. You know? So yeah, Navia is a decent character. I appreciate how much, like, she's a Geo unit that has a good amount of team versatility. Maybe. Okie dokie. Wow. Beautiful. We're gonna use Sino, so you know what we should do? Turn up the music. On my main account, I have everyone that could basically work with Nilou Navia other than Zhongli, I guess. The song name is Outer Wilds. It's the main theme for the game, Outer Wilds. You probably can't hear me right now, though. Yeah, Outer Wilds, main theme. Ooh. Roll ER, please? That rolls ER is probably a dead piece, I'm not even kidding. Oh my god, we might actually fix Sino today. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh my. I'm louder than music? Okay. I was mostly just lowering the music because I knew the music was going to a point where I didn't need to have it be loud. Oh my. Okay, what did I even put on Sino before? I remember there's a recent stream where I spent a long time just fapping with Sino artifacts. Oh yeah, this was the end conclusion. Like, despite having beautiful artifacts like this, I was like, I think I need to use this, right? Which is really sad, right? That Sino's ER needs are annoying enough that that was a factor. Nope. So... Yep. ER? Okay. Kind of dead. Because I already have this, and I have this, and this. Like, yeah. Alright. The big piece, though. This. Hoo boy. Ideal. 3 high rolls into crit and 2 high rolls into ER. Like, the dream piece here is 18 ER with 3 additional crit rolls. Okay? I'm not kidding. Like yeah, this can't brick, but it can brick by like going into stat. Like, I actually needed to roll like I already have a 40 CV plus 1 ER piece. We need more ER. That's the struggle with Sino right now, right? Okay. This is like the same as my other piece, but like slightly better maybe. Max ER roll, please. Okay. I love this game. I love this game where like this is a ridiculous artifact, and I'm just like, my ER though. It's ridiculous, right? Like, that's an absolutely stupid piece. But also, it's not at all what I needed. It doesn't fix my problem. It doesn't fix the problem at all. What is this? It's like the 46 crit value, I think. So a little bit low crit rate rolls, right? But hardly matters. Yeah, 46.7 crit value plus 2 max attack, an attack roll, maximum roll, and ER roll. It is bonkers. Absolutely bonkers piece. If this is a normal account, wherein also it's crazy, I can just throw this piece away. I'm not kidding. I don't think I ever need this piece. it's a straight upgrade. Like, look how minor of an upgrade this is. Like, I got 2% ER, 1.6% more crit rate, and like 2.3% more crit damage, and an extra attack roll. That's a very minor upgrade for me. It's good, but like, I really, really, really would have preferred at least 1 ER roll there. And like, I have less need for Thundering Fury pieces on other characters because it's polearms only, right? Like, what other characters I'm going to use Thundering Fury on? I don't know. I'll probably still keep that piece as an off piece, right? I don't need to throw it away right now for any particular reason, but there's basically no situation I need that anymore. So yeah, ridiculous artifact. Really bonkers, but like, it doesn't fix my problem. Like, I could have, like, if that had rolled even once into ER potentially, I might have been able to switch to this piece, right? And that would have been a significant upgrade. And this is what's frustrating about them making characters that have annoyingly weird burst reliance and restrictions and like really high burst costs, right? This is why I don't think it's a problem with Emily, is because Emily does not need to burst, and in fact there's situations you probably won't even want to burst. I have such good artifacts on my Sino that genuinely the best way I can utilize Sino right now, I think from the conclusion that I came to, was that it might be ER timepiece is the best way for me to use Sino on this account. Unironically, right? Because then I can do this. Right, well, okay. Not quite that. Roll too much crit rate, man. Lol. A little bit too much crit rate. Whoopsies. Whoops, I meant to search by Electro first. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Like, this is probably what I have to run for. Like, I think this is the best Sino build I can have. Like, I don't know, man. Is that not sad that, like, this is the state this character's in? I have, like, a really good timepiece. This is a cracked timepiece for him. But, like, this would, like, the dream build is basically this, but with, like, ER instead of attack percent there. Like, 20% ER. 20 CD plus 20% ER is the dream piece there. Alright. I don't know. We'll use them on this build, I think, in Abyss here. With ER. But, I don't know. Yeah, this is an absolutely disgusting Sino build. This should tell you how much resin I've dumped into Thundering Fury. But, mostly through Strongbox. But I still don't have a way that I can satisfyingly have enough ER on him without using the ER timepiece. Ugh. But we'll use that. It should be fine. It'll be good. Use Nilu Bloom Team? Not on the polearm only account, I won't. If I'm in the mood to in a second here, if I still have energy, I will go... not enough EM on the timepiece. I mean, it has 2 rolls of EM. Like, it's not... It's a very good build. Like, the fact that I can make up for the not having an EM timepiece. Like, there's a lot of people, right, that are running Sinos that probably have no EM substats and just EM timepiece, like, on Staff of Scarlet Sands. Is Sino on Akasha? Like, I'd be curious where this Sino ranks, actually. Where's the button? I have a stroke. There we go. Let me check quick. Is there any new leaks with Genshin? I actually have the leaks page open. Oh, we got full kits. Oh god. Okay. Oh god. Yeah, no Pyro Traveler in 5.0 supposedly. Which means there's story reasons for Pyro Traveler. How interesting. I really want to... Oh, man. Should I... Okay, here. Decide for me. Do you want live reads on initial 5.0 kit leaks? This would be me getting very distracted, to be clear. And if I do this, I want to acknowledge that, like, initial read-through... I've never done initial read-throughs of kits before. I am likely to get some things wrong, misunderstand some things. We don't know a lot of details about most of these characters. What was I even checking? Why did I even open up my browser in the first place? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, Akasha for Sino. And I'm not gonna tell you where to find them, by the way. You're gonna have to find them yourself, because Hoyoverse does not like people sharing leaks, but they're fine with me talking about them. It's my general understanding. Does Sino have a leaderboard? That's what I'm checking right now. The answer is no. I don't see Sino. Rip Sino. So unloved that he doesn't even have a leaderboard on Akasha. I'd be curious where he ranks, but you know. That's a Sino build that can be used with him being solo Electro, which is the most notable thing, too. So, alright. 90% votes right now is 77 votes say yes. Alright. Fine. Yeah, that could be a disgusting. Like, I think like my Thundering Fury pieces, when you even if Akasha like ranked for you know, assuming double Electro, which is usually what you'd want to do with Sino to reduce his ER needs, I could have a very high ranking Sino for sure. All right, let's read through these kits then. I'm gonna lower the volume very slightly on the Outer Wilds stuff. And then we're gonna go here. Yeah, Alhaitham doesn't have a leaderboard either. Yeah, I'm aware. I'd actually have a pretty good Alhaitham, I think, too. Okay, so I'm not gonna show this on screen. I'm just gonna read through it. Give you my live takes. So I did read because his kit was available like 10 minutes before I started streaming. I'll start with Ajaw's kit. So basically he's a Dendro Claymore, and his weapon is weird. It has 608 base attack, 33.1 crit rate. And then gets like up to 60% skill damage bonus through different ways of stacking it, through doing like hits on its skill, whatever. And triggering, but specifically has these words about triggering burning or burgeon for his weapon, which means, oh, so he has a kit designed, he's a Dendro, you know, the kit around burning and burgeon, right? Nope. He has a talent that basically says when he's in a special state, when his skill hits an enemy and triggers burn or bloom meaning burn or bloom, that's no burgeon requirement, right? It's burn or bloom, means he has more incentivization to be just using hydro, not necessarily pyro. Like, he has nothing in his kit basically that it's not like Emily, where there's heavy incentivization towards that. You mean Kinich I think is the name? No, it's Aja. I'm talking about Aja, of course. So anyways, he doesn't actually have in his weapon kind of forces you into burgeon burning. His base kit does not. But my impression of his kit from when I read it before, he basically smells like Dendro Navia to me. So basically his E, when you use his E, well, you can use it, first of all, his E is a grapple ability that you can use in Overworld, has a reduced cooldown by 60%, so that's cool. So it has some nice Overworld utility. But in combat, uses E, it grapples to an enemy, and then you enter the Night Spirit state with 0 base Night Spirit value. And then you can hold to charge and choose a direction. So my impression of reading this is that you're going to grapple on an enemy, and then you hold... I don't know if it's going to be skill or if it's going to be like normal type button. You're going to hold some button, and then you're probably going to like spin around the enemy. Is my read through of this, but I could be wrong. We'll see when we get actual like footage, right? It lasts. The state lasts for 10 seconds at a baseline. Provides 2 points of Night Spirit value per second. So that means after 10 seconds you would have 20 points. And in this state, he is linked to the enemy. You can changing the attack method with normal attack. According to movement direction, perform a circular shot centered on a linked target, dealing grass damage, dendro damage. And then it says with Night Spirit attribute, which means they might do like enemy gimmicks like they did with Fontaine, and you know, the mechanical things like using Numa Oja. That might be important. It might not. And then you generate 3 points of Night Spirit value when you deal this damage. It's considered skill damage. And when Night Spirit value reaches maximum, we don't know what the maximum is. So, important. Don't know what the maximum is, don't know how long it takes, but you then presses E to consume all the stacks that you generated and launch a bomb to attack the enemy, right? That's where, like, you can see the Navia vibes, right? Where, like, you just spend some time on field doing things with him, build up stacks, and then you press his E to get a big instance of damage. We don't have multipliers. This is just a read-through of what the kit is described to do. That's my impression, is that it's do lower amounts of damage, probably not nothing, while doing other things, doing Dendro application, so potentially, you know, generating Dendro cores to trigger Hyperbloom Burgeon on, and then building up your charge meter, basically, in some form to have a big hit attack. That's my read-through of what this kit is made to be like. It also, there's this line in here, hold to select the attack target, and after releasing, attempt to link to that enemy. So he might have some kind of targeting system, which might make him feel really good to play if the targeting system works well. And then, blah, 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 blah. You can recover 4 points of Night Spirit and remove the blind spot zone blah, 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 after you're releasing a bomb. When link is broken, normal attacks will attempt to link to enemies. So I don't know. He's got weird, like, grappling mechanics, basically. So this seems like a really movement-focused character that just moves around the battlefield a lot. And the way his damage is dealt seems to be, like, mostly split between, like, I'm assuming a lot of his damage is loaded into his bomb attack. And then his other value is just that he's applying Dendro for other things in the team to be going on, which is potentially pretty good. Like, out of the baseline, I think this is more interesting than Alhaitham. But you can take that from, I guess, an Alhaitham hater, sorry. If that's what you want to consider me. I enjoy Alhaitham sometimes, but I just don't like how limited he is. This character might be also pretty limited in how he plays too, but it seems more fun at the baseline, right? His Q, so his ult has 18-second cooldown, duration of 10 seconds, 70 energy cost. We don't know how many particles it generates. We don't know how rough his energy cost is, but or his energy recharge needs are going to be. But at a baseline, having 70 energy cost means more likely higher, which also likely means if this doesn't do a lot of damage, or doesn't do application that you need for his kit to function. I don't know. I'm not sure how important his burst is every rotation or not. But anyways, you unleash the power of the Holy Dragon, so I'm assuming this is Ajaw. Periodically releases Dragon Breath that deals AoE Dendro damage. Mihoyo really likes to describe things as AoE that aren't AoE, so no idea if this is actually AoE damage. Keep that in mind. When released, if in the Night Spirit enhancement state extends the duration by 2 seconds, which might be important. And then there's a specific note here that says it can be used in the background, so it does off-field. So his ult has off-field Dendro. Based on how his kit is described, he generates energy over time like Alhaitham, so if you want to just use him for like off-field Dendro application, he's probably going to have potentially the same issues kind of that I had with Alhaitham, but maybe be slightly better than Alhaitham is, just because of the fact that you might have more utility from it just being an off-field ability that lasts 10 seconds at a baseline for sure, right? I don't know. So yeah, they don't know how much AoE, don't know how relevant the damage is in the ult, don't know how relevant it is for the 2-second additional additional time on his Night Spirit value, which is a baseline 10 seconds. Like, are we gonna need those additional 2 seconds to get like the last threshold on his maximum damage from his bomb attack? I don't know. Yeah, and then his talent I mentioned before, when Bloom or Burn is triggered, there's additional Night Spirit points, which that basically forces most likely Hydra with him. But you'll have the option of doing Burn too, which would probably be most compelling when paired with Emily. And then his second passive, when the team triggers Night Spirit Burst, you get a, what the F is Night Spirit Burst? I actually don't know. This doesn't make much sense to me right now. I'm assuming we will figure that out eventually. But yeah, when the team triggers, it's a really weird phrasing, right? What does the team triggering this mean? When the team triggers Night Spirit Burst, grants a special effect that lasts 15 seconds, stacking up to 2 times. Releasing bombs in the Night Spirit state consumes the special effect to increase the base damage by 320, which that is worded like it's a flat damage buff, but a 320 flat damage buff is very small. So it's possible his bombs that he released are meant to be like a ton instead of one big damage number like Navia. It's meant to be a ton of small damage numbers. I don't know. So I don't know. There's a lot of potential in this character for Dendro application as like an on-field Dendro driver. More potential at a baseline it reads like than Alhaitham, but we really gotta, this is a character we really gotta know his application, energy generation, what the size of his AoE is, etc. We have to see it in action, and we have to get some other information to properly judge him at all. He's interesting, and yeah, this is Kanich slash Aja. Interesting mix of some off-field Dendro in his ult, and an interesting skill gimmick. He seems like it's going to be movement heavy, pretty flashy, fun to play. Has overworld utility. I like it. His weapon seems bad because it forces him into a specific team archetype that you might not want to do. And Dendro units are versatile, or tend to be versatile. Good ones are, at least. And I don't like weapons that force into specific team archetypes. So his weapon is garbage. That's my current take. I'm going to read Mualani's kit last because it's probably more complicated. Oh, I should read this actually. 3 new Natlan mechanisms. 1. Night Soul Eruption. When there's a Natlan character in the team, triggering this effect occurs when the character deals elemental damage to enemies. Okay. The more Natlan characters in the team, the shorter the trigger interval. Night Soul Eruption can further trigger relics and character talents. I'm assuming that's a weird translation thing. Relics is presumably artifacts. Okay. So that might mean my if these are okay, the way this is worded, Night Soul is different than Night Spirit, right? This does not mean that you can actually that triggers those artifacts, but it might. And if it does, that means just having a Natlan character in the team, like any Natlan character in the team, might enable other characters to use that effect, which is why I stipulated like in my Discord server, and I hopefully stipulated earlier on stream, wherein like my takes on these artifacts were assuming that like the Natlan gimmick was something specific to individual character kits and not an outward mechanic. This is an outward mechanic, which is a really good thing. So yeah, it means all Natlan characters are racist apparently. So I don't know. Anyways, when there's a Natlan character in the team, triggering, yeah, there's 3 different things here. I've only read the first one. Night Soul Eruption. When there's a Natlan character in the team, triggering this effect occurs when the character deals elemental damage to enemies. That happens always. When the more Natlan characters in the team, the shorter the trigger interval. What does it actually do? I don't know. But it can potentially trigger artifacts, which is interesting. That may make the supportive set in particular way more compelling. Although I can tell you one thing for sure, this significantly worsens, as it always does, this significantly worsens the issue of having no real loadouts in this game. So this means, using Natlan characters, well now you want to use this one artifact set in the team because it gives 45% damage bonus, like Jesus Christ. Like, to multiple teammates, not just one. Oh man. So, whatever. Yay for no loadouts. Oh, lighting system just changed. And mechanic 2, Night Soul Empowerment. A buff exclusive to Natlan characters enhances. So the first one was a mechanic that happens to the whole team, presumably. A buff exclusive to Natlan characters, enhancing their movement and combat abilities. Using elemental skills is the quickest way to enter Night Soul Empowerment, which is typically related to Night Soul value gauge. Okay, so that's what like Kanich's kit was talking about. So Night Soul Empowerment is just empowerment is the specific thing to character kits. Night Soul Eruption is a mechanic related to just having a Natlan character in the team. And the last one here, Night Soul Transmission. This is a lot. In areas with a combustion mechanism. What the fuck is combustion? Combustion might be the first one. Sorry, what the is combustion? In areas where the combustion mechanic where Nada Natlan exists. I'm just assuming it's Natlan. Switch to a Natlan character while in motion will trigger Night Soul transmission. Okay. When the character enters, special movement actions are performed based on their abilities. This is a freaking ZZZ line if I've ever seen one. When doing something with one character, switch to another character. Mihoyo. Okay, okay. I don't know what the frick this last one means exactly. Since it's related to... since it's related to specific Natlan characters having kits that trigger based on a prerequisite trigger of another thing happening. No, the number 3 I don't think is... No, actually maybe number 3 is Overworld. I don't know. Either way, the most interesting one is number 1, assuming... Because number 1 means that the other artifact sets might just be useful in other characters, regardless of just by having a Natlan character at all, and not needing, like, specifically the Pyro Archon or anything, which is a big improvement. So, I don't know. That's weird. Yeah, empowerment is just specific character gimmicks. That's whatever. The transmission is the weird one. I don't know for sure that's relevant to combat. If it is relevant to combat, it gives me ZZZ vibes, though, right? And ZZZ does not have a ping check for switching characters. Switching characters in Genshin is one of the most underutilized mechanics, but it's underutilized because they know it would feel awful to a lot of the player base to have to really focus on switching. That's why they haven't done more abilities like Candace, where you get Hydra application on a switch. It's not that that can't be useful, it's because switching feels like shite in the game. So this kind of seems like that, wherein, when you have insert thing happening, switching to a Natlan character will trigger insert thing in their specific hit, right? Like, I like switching mechanics, but Mihoyo, you gotta get rid of the ping check. You gotta get rid of the server check for switching characters. It just feels bad switching characters a lot of times in Genshin. Alright. We're going to do Kachina Kit, because she's a 4-star. Polearm should be theoretically easier to understand, hopefully. Yes, this looks to be the case. So Kachina, she's the Geo Polearm kid. Her skill summons a Sky Drill. Sky Drill? Does she fly? Please? Hold to ride it. Probably not. Hold to ride it, gaining 60... Okay, so she starts with 60 Night Spirit points, right? So summons a Sky Drill, hold to ride it, gaining 60 Night Spirit points and entering the enhancement state. The state ends when Night Spirit is exhausted, so I presume she drains this over time. Sky Drill can exist independently and switch between riding or dismounting. Interesting. So is this an off-field ability then? Does that mean it like does off-field damage if you dismount it? That's cool. When existing independently and intermittently, it impacts the ground, dealing geo damage with the Night Spirit attribute. Okay, so it probably just stays in place and like pulses geo damage like Zhongli turret in some form. When riding, it deals AoE geo damage. Okay, so this character might be better for Polearm's only than I expect, because I can put her on that supportive set. That the supportive set basically says when you trigger a reaction, which means she just needs to trigger Crystallize, right? You get a damage bonus for the whole team for any units that trigger reactions. Oh wait, no, maybe it's not that good. I'd have to double check the wording on it. Yeah, it's I presume it's a geo construct. Hopefully, it might not be a geo construct, but I hope it is. But yeah, when riding a deal. Okay, so anyways, it impacts the ground, dealing geo damage. Hopefully, it's just like a pulse of geo and an AOE. Hopefully, it's relatively fast-ish ticks, and not like every 5 seconds. When riding, though, it deals AoE geo damage with the Night Spirit attribute. And it says here, considered a geo construct. I just didn't finish the last sentence. And her Q deals AoE geo damage and generates a field. And the field increases attack range and movement speed of the drill. This is a 4-star DPS. Geo DPS. I am not going to be optimistic that her multipliers are good. So this is a 4-star Geo DPS who her best use is probably going to be putting that supportive set on her, where she can be somewhat of a buffer. With the supportive set, I think. Not really caring about her damage that much, actually. It's just going to be, I don't know, it's weird. Yeah, her field increases attack range and movement speed of the drill. If a drill exists upon release, it will be summoned to your side. So that's interesting. Her talents, when Night Spirit erupts, increases geo damage for 12 seconds. Woo. Increases Sky Drill damage by 20% of defense. Is she a defense scaler? Are we going to get a 4-star defense scaler? Please. Holy. Please, I hope her whole kit is base defense scaling and not and not just this one passive that gives her defense scaling. Like, if she's attack scaling plus defense, like, then it's just going to be like, okay, which one is better? And then the defense scaling might just, like if the attack scaling is stronger than this defense bonus, it would just be you build her attack anyways, and the defense is just a minor bonus. But if, like, she actually is defense scaling, this could be, oh, please. But yeah, she's not a geo healer, that's for dang sure. When Night Spirit is exhausted, consumes fuel state to maintain the enhancement state. Night Spirit transfer occurs every 10 seconds, gaining 30 Night Spirit points. Yeah, okay. So, C1, which constellations are probably important for 4-star characters, so I'm glad they have these. Kanich didn't have any constellations listed in his thing. C1, when riding the drill, collect nearby geo shards every 5 seconds. Okay. When the team collects a shard, recover 3 energy. I'm assuming that's 3 energy for her. If it's 3 energy for other characters, that's cool. C2, upon using the ultimate, recover Night Spirit points. Oh boy. So that means she might be clunky at C0. We don't know if she's free yet or not, if she's a free unit. Like they do for, like, Lynette, whoever the one was for Sumeru Kali. If there's no drill on the field, enter Night Spirit state and transform the drill after using ultimate. Okay. So, C2 gives me I don't know exactly, like, how the number's going to work out with, like, the draining of the Night Spirit points and, like, uptime on her. C2 for a 4-star gives me vibes of you need C2 for her to have proper uptime. Yay. C3 is E plus 3 levels. C4, when the ultimates field, within the ultimates field, sorry. When the numbers of enemies is 1, 2, 3, 4 or more, the defense of allies within the field is increased by 8, 12, 16, and 20%. Interesting. She's a defense buffer with her C4. Okay. I don't know. It could be relevant. And if she's fully defense scaling too, right? C6, when a shield on the current character in the team is replaced or destroyed for any reason, she has this crystallized focus, to be clear, right? Deal AoE geo damage equal to 200% of her defense once every 5 seconds. So, with C, interesting. 200% defense scaling. I want to mention real quick, like, look at, where's my mouse? Look at Yunjin for a point of comparison, right? Like, Yunjin has her charge level 2 is 633% defense, right? That can get pretty meaningful damage if you spec into it, but it's just like a meme thing to do. The notable thing is, right, it's that this is AoE, and it might be actual AoE, maybe it's actually single target, but they say it's AoE. But 200% defense every 5 seconds, assuming like a normal, 20-second rotation, this might trigger 4 times the rotation. That's 800% defense. And being that she's not like Yunjin, where Yunjin is meant to be built with a whole whack ton of other stats, she might actually, unironically, be a compelling DPS unit at C6. I suspect she will not be very great at C0, but she will be, if she's free in particular, she will be like a exploration unit that has some potential buffing utility. Let me go read the artifacts specifically again. And again, we don't have the exact the exact wording on the artifacts probably matters quite a lot. Where? There we go. So the second artifact set was the main one I wrote. The first one is just when you are under Night Spirit state, your damage dealt is increased by 20% for a 2-piece, and then 4-piece is after the equipping character has consumed 10 Night Spirit points while on the field, the crit rate is increased by 40%, which is pretty nice. I'm still presuming that's mostly for Natland characters. Set 2, that was more interesting. When nearby party members trigger the Night Spirit burst, the equipping character regenerates 6 elemental energy. And then when the equipping character triggers an elemental reaction related to their elemental type, all nearby party members whose elemental type is related to this reaction gain 15% all elemental and physical damage bonus for 10 seconds. So what this would mean for Kachina, right, is if you trigger Pyro Crystallize, you get 15% Pyro damage bonus, right? If you trigger Hydro Crystallize, would be 15% Hydro damage bonus. And then the second part of this is it's more than 15%. If the equipping character is under the Night Spirit state, which Kachina would be, when triggering the effect, the aforementioned characters will additionally gain 30% all elemental and physical damage bonus for 20 seconds. These effects can be triggered when the equipping character is off-field, and if multiple characters equipped with the artifact set, it does not stack. So, if Kachina can be used as like you plop her skill, her drill down, and it does some off-field damage, procs this set, right? And you're using it in teams where like you can consistently get like crystallizes on specific things. She can be a 45% physical damage buffer. And like, yeah, crystallize useful. Like in conjunction with her being a defense scaler, that might be able to deal some meaningful damage. I suspect mostly with constellations. I don't know. It's interesting. It's really interesting. You joined late, Boxwood. People voted for me to read through some of the 5.0 kit leaks. Yeah, I don't know. Kachina is much more interesting than I expected. And also the second artifact side is much more interesting than I expected. Presuming that it can be triggered just by having an outline character on the team and doesn't require using it on an outline character itself. But yeah, Kachina on that artifact set could be a meaningful buffer. And that is actually pretty cool. And she might deal meaningful damage. And that sucks for me, because that means I'm going to want to pull for constellations on a 4-star character and polearms only when there's not a polearm on the banner. Probably. I mean, I might get lucky with a rerun. Yeah, she seems interesting. I have no idea. I can't properly evaluate how good she is right now without like knowing for sure that she can trigger that passive consistently or that her skill stays off field. Right. And there's like ER weapon, ER needs concerns, whatever else, right? But it's interesting at a baseline. So yeah, I don't know. Her Q, the description of her Q implies that like if a drill exists upon release, it'll be summoned to your side. So her Q is used to maybe her Q will reset the duration of the drill. Like so you might be able to have it might be like official style. Uptime. Is this geo-official? Is that what this is? Is Kachina geo-official? I don't know. We'll see. We need to know what she scales on, like with her base multipliers. I very much like the idea of a defense scaler, like full defense scaler, just DPS oriented unit. No, I'm talking about Kachina, the Geo polearm 4-star. Yeah, no Pyro Traveler, which is unfortunate, but all right. Last one, Mualani, who was a Hydro and harder to evaluate. What we knew before, where is she? Is that she supposedly had a forward vape focus based on what her weapon was lead to be. So, Mualani, her E, for 6 seconds, it has a 6-second duration, presumably. Normal attacks have a 2-second cooldown after using E. Enter serving mode and gain 60 Night Spirit points entering the enhancement state. The state continuously consumes Night Spirit points. Yeah, interesting. Kachina's kit didn't have anything about how her Night Spirit points drain. Yeah, when exhausted, press E again, and it will end the enhancement state early. So, her Mualani's enhancement state. She rides a surfboard, which I think is her shark. Increases movement speed, allows movement to fuel elements. Was I right? I put in my Discord server after we had a screenshot of Mualani, by the way. Before we had her kit, I was like, I bet that her kit was like built around doing like movement while you have like have to wait a little bit of time between doing like normal attacks that have a high multiplier. So like she's very movement focused and occasionally attack. I think that's, anyway, well, sorry, getting ahead of myself. Her enhancement state. She rides a surfboard, increases movement speed, allows movement on fuel elements, and grants immunity to fuel element damage. What does fuel mean? I don't know. I'm just going to zoom translation problem. What? Normal attacks convert to shark bite, dealing water damage, hydro damage, with Night Spirit attribute based on max HP, and can attack in the air. What? Okay. Considered as normal attack damage. In this state, colliding with an enemy, and she has a 2-second cooldown between normal attacks. This is important if she's intended to be a forward vape unit. She needs to not actually apply that much hydro in order to make sure you can have enough pyro that enables you to consistently vape on her hydro attacks. And in this state, colliding with an enemy applies Prey Mark and gains a layer of charge, gaining 1 layer every 0.8 seconds on an enemy. What does charge do? Normal attacks increase damage based on charge. This must be the little shark icons we saw in her screenshot. At 3 layers, enhanced normal attacks increase damage and clear charge. Okay, Prey Mark, normal attacks hitting a marked enemy, clear the mark, and launch missiles at up to 5 nearby enemies. Okay, I hope those missiles are sharks. Dealing damage equivalent to normal attacks. It does normal attack damage still, but like it has its own separate multiplier. Damage to groups gradually decreases, reducing up to 28% for a maximum of 3 enemies. Okay, so she just doesn't have... So she doesn't have super strong AoE scaling, but she can do some AoE utility, basically. Her burst is a cooldown of 10 seconds, 60 energy cost, launches a large shark missile, dealing AoE damage. This gives me hardcore vibes of burst might not be worthwhile. The burst might not be worthwhile versus like just speccing more into crit. If it's just doing its own instance of damage isn't necessary for enabling anything else on her kit, I think her burst might be fun, but not worthwhile, is my guess. But 10-second cooldown means you might be able to use it multiple times of rotation, so I don't know. It might be worthwhile. It depends on the multiplier and whatever. But it's going to be a big ol' it depends. Talk about Kenichi. I already talked about him. With not okay, I don't care about her constellations. What about her passives? Where are her passives? Were one of those other things her passives? They weren't described as her passives. Okay. What the frick is this? Oh God. Okay. I think this is her passive. Okay, I'll read constellations last. I don't care. Exploration passive: when a nearby character in the team triggers Night Spirit activation, move on against 20-second layer of insight up to maximum 3 layers when releasing. Oh wait, is this what? What the frick is this? Okay, I don't know what the. I thought this was exploration passive because it said best guide in Nadida. Not Nahida, Nadida. Weird. Okay, so resilient freshwater project. I don't know what the frick the best guide in Nadida means. 1 layer of insight up to maximum 3 layers when releasing explosive flying bomb. Removes all layers based on the number of layers removed. Increases the damage of this explosive flying bomb. Okay. So that's just a third passive that does some additional instance of damage, it looks like. Weird. That feels like having that might cause problems with her being able to trigger vapes consistently, if that's what she's intended to do, based on her weapon. The other passives. When giant wave mark swipes at an enemy, a piglet ball... What? Will be generated nearby. Mualani will gain the piglet ball created by herself and will recover 22 points of Night Spirit value. Okay, so she can stay moving longer, whatever. During 1 Night Spirit continuation period, up to 1 piglet ball can be generated. Okay. So you have an attack that happens, a ball spawns, you pick up the ball, you stay on field longer. That's probably just a gimmick in that, like, when you're moving it, since her focus, based on how I'm reading it, seems to be moving around the field. Smacking enemies while waiting for like the few second cooldown between her normal attacks, whatever, making sure pyro's on the enemies. You can chase the ball, I guess. I don't know. Why piglet ball? I don't know. It might be a translation problem. Night Domain continuation. The bottom of the abyss. After the Night Spirit value is full, she will consume fuel elements to maintain... fuel elements seems like translation word issue. To maintain the Night Spirit state. In areas where there are fuel mechanism devices in Nadida... Oh no, this might be the exploration passive. Okay, Night Spirit transfer can be conducted. Mualani will enter the Night Spirit continuation state when the top right corner icon is in the upward arrow state when swimming or when a specific altitude space. In this state, she will gain 40 points of Night Spirit. Every 10 seconds, 1 Night Spirit can be triggered. Additionally, when she moves underwater in the Night Spirit continuation state, the consumption of Night Spirit value... Okay, this is an exploration thing then? Okay. So that must mean that mechanic from before for the switching thing was an exploration thing. Sad, because I would like them to do more with actually switching mechanics. Yeah, AR 58 will be a higher world level now. We'll see how what the world level increase actually does. Hopefully it does something. Last thing, constellations on her. When not in combat, Night Spirit consumption is reduced by 70%. First enhance 70%. Oh, not in combat. Oh, okay. So C1 is partially exploration thing. My presumption is that just means she'll be able to stay moving on her shark longer or whatever. So it's like run longer on Yalan E is my guess. The first enhanced normal attack and missile after entering the enhanced state deal additional damage equal to 75% of her max HP. What is her base? We don't have scaling, right? If her C1 gives her an additional 75, I want to acknowledge. I don't have Yelan here. Frick. So Yelan, right? Yelan, yes, it's crazy. Yelan has a 40% scale damage multiplier on her charge attack, And like I have done, Yelan can be configured much easily to deal damage on her skill compared to Candace, right? But just using it as a baseline, right? A 40% HP multiplier with a 5-star character that has high base HP and is intended to do a lot of damage, right? Like Yelan, I have teams where I was doing forward vape nukes on her for 400,000 damage, like pretty consistently with a 40% multiplier. Her C1 gives her an additional 75% HP multiplier. I presume this isn't just tripling her damage, right? So, presumably, she has a higher than 75% multiplier at a baseline. Newbie's going to get power crowd. I mean, she seems way more fun than Newbie. She's probably way more single target focused. I wanna stress that. She gives me hard single target, big damage number vibes. With fun movement gimmick focus. But yeah, 75% additional HP damage. Like she probably has like a baseline 150% scaling. And like I assume that 150% is something you get like twice, maybe. I don't know exactly. This is a weird character to evaluate how often you're actually, because I assume like the way that the scaling is going to work is it's going to scale up based on like how much of your like gauge you have or whatever else going on, how many stacks you're charged. So that functional really big multiplier is not going to be just the base multiplier you always get just by clicking normal attack once. It's going to have trigger conditions that, you know, you need to fulfill, and you probably are only going to be able to get it like twice per rotation. But either way, like this is a character that you will potentially be able to make hit for like 500k consistently if she has the equivalent of that scaling. And then her C1 is just like, let's just add a bunch on top of that. And then it follows the damage reduction rules in her E as well for the like missiles that split off hit additional enemies. She literally has the stuff that her damage is reduced when hitting additional enemies, right? C2, when she enters Night Spirit state, gain 2 layers of her E charge. Okay, so you don't have to build up to 3 stacks. And then when obtaining the ball, gain an additional... You know what the Piglet Ball is? The Piglet Ball is probably the source water droplets. That's probably what it is. Yeah, it's a source water droplet, not a Piglet Ball. That makes more sense. Piglet Ball is a really odd translation. When obtaining a ball, gain an additional 20 Night Spirit and 1 layer within 4 seconds. So that basically just means build up. So you probably... I imagine her... Like, if I'm right about this guess and, like, you need some, like, build up time to get her, like, big hit. This character reads like Navia, too, in a lot of ways. They're just doing Navia Dendro and Navia Hydro. Okay. But yeah, let's all call them Piglet Balls. I agree. So yeah, her C2 basically, when she yoinks a Piglet Ball, she gains an additional 20 Night Spirit. But she does something with the Piglet Ball at her base level, right? With her passive getting additional Night Spirit value. So this just makes her gain even more. And whatever. C4, C3, C5 is standard EQ. When obtaining a ball, recover 7 energy as their C4. And damage of ultimate is increased by 200%. Alright, this gives me even more vibes that her ultimate is not worth using in her base kit. But I'm fine with that. That just means, like, hopefully this character does not need to be built for ER at all. Right now, as far as I'm reading it, she does not need her ult, which is good. C4 makes her ult more consistently worthwhile, is how I'm reading that C4. C6 damage enhancement effect of the first constellation is unrestricted. And enhanced normal attacks gain +5 crit rate and +10 crit damage. Unrestricted. It unrestricts her for C1. Oh, yeah. Sorry, that's because C1 notably says the first enhanced normal attack, right? Not all of them. So that means C6 makes it so all of her normal attacks have bonus 75% HP scaling. Okay. Yep, that seems fine. So yeah, this character, my read through and in conjunction with her knowing her signature weapon specifically has phrasing like she gets additional normal attack damage bonus based on triggering vape, and if she doesn't trigger a reaction with her normal attack, she loses damage bonus. So like, again, her weapon kind of forces you into her freaking vape playstyle, but her base kit does not force her vape playstyle. So I think her weapon's kind of cringe again. So I don't know. Like I think it's fine for signature weapons to be really good for a restricted playstyle, but it makes me think they're not worth going for sure. Also, this is a Hydro Catalyst character. Don't forget, all hail our savior, the best craftable weapon in the game. Which is not just because of Nebula. I want to emphasize. I think Prototype Amber is the best craftable weapon in the game. Period. Being able to turn your freaking healers into, or your catalyst users into healers is bonkers. Like this weapon, she's an HP scaling character. This regenerates some energy for her, which as long as her burst is not useless, that could be relevant. And turns her into the team's healer. Like, yeah. Also, yeah, definitely the Battle Pass catalysts. Either of them should be pretty dang good. I can't see the Battle Pass catalyst right now. But both of them. Like, I prefer cringe signature weapons that make you not want to pull to them. Less FOMO. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I'm fine with them being designed like that. It just, yeah. So, anywho's, like, her signature weapon will be, like, what enables people to get, like, wow, screenshot, broken character, 1 billion gigabajillion damage kind of thing. And you can get, like, 30% less of the 1 badillion damage with your Prototype Amber and still clear the content without a problem. So, you know, I think that's perfectly fine that weapons are designed that way. Are you very happy or very sad now? I mean, these character kits are cool. They read in interesting ways. They're all the two for sure. The 2 5-stars are definitely on fielders. The 4-star I am not sure. I don't know if Kachina is intended to be an off-field defense scaling damage dealer, and you can use that supportive set on her, and like turn Crystallize into a 45% damage buff for whatever assorted crystal. Like unironically, Kachina is the Crystallize buff that we all wanted. So like. And if she's free, Kachina is unironically one of the most interesting characters. If she's off-field. If she's not off-field, we'll see. Yeah. We'll see.
Something you wish to report?
The fact that there's the
You have my undivided
mechanic of, like, Night Spirit potentially, maybe. I don't understand it enough to guarantee this. But potentially maybe enables, like, the Natlan artifacts to be used on non-Natlan characters. You just have to have a Natlan character in the team is good. I like that they're putting exploration gimmicks on these characters. I like when characters have exploration gimmicks. It just makes them feel nicer to use more often. And yeah, they're interesting. We need information. Like Mualani is really weird in that she has like if she's intended to be a forward vape unit, but then also has things like her missiles that do additional damage. If those, you know, have standard ICD, that means like missiles that launch up to 5 nearby enemies. Like, I don't know. Like, the way that her application lines up is pretty important. The way that Kanicha's application lines up is very important. What the multipliers are, how they generate energy is potentially important. There's a lot of unknown factors as always, but these at a baseline read in a really cool and interesting way. I like movement focused characters, and they seem pretty movement focused, both of them. And Kachina maybe movement focused, depends. Like, she has some modality with movement focus or not movement focused, kind of, it seems like. I don't know. It seems really, really cool. This is more cool than I expected. So, you know, thank you, Hoyoverse, for at least, you know, you made me very sad with the Abyss not resetting the enemies. But you have made me quite happy with these kits. They are interesting. The bad part is now I kind of want all of them. No, like characters I'd be most likely to pull for. I think it's gonna depend on the 4-star man. Like, if she can be an off-field defense scaling damage dealer that can use that set, that supportive set. Yeah, it is Albedo power creep. she might be power creep of Albedo even at C0. I want her constellations. That's what I'm cursed by. I'm cursed by wanting 4-stars. You know this. You will learn this tomorrow. So, screw me, I guess. Hopefully Kachina. I think Mualani was drip lead first, so Mualani presumably is the first one. first banner in 5.0, and then, which yay, that means I need to prepare 400 heroes with. Emily Flowers. True, thank you for the reminder, but I think I'm not gonna do that right now. Too distracted. Yeah, it also means like Kachina might be far more relevant on polearms only than I expected, right? Like the Geo polearm 4-star at a baseline, oh boy, how is that even going to be useful on polearms only, right? Like maybe slightly better for Geo resonance, but no, I think she just might be good with that artifact set. So, anywho's, can you update the I think you can update the, you can pre-download the update on PC at least right now. Yeah, banners are gone, I assume. Yeah, rip. Rip Siegeween and Farina. So, mark my words, Siegeween, despite, I think, people undervaluing the strength of the Siegeween Farina core as a team core that can enable a lot of strong comps, the community's mehness about her, means she's not going to see a rerun in like a year. So, Geo Chevy becomes real. It is kind of Geo Chevers, but like without Chevers restrictions almost. Like, unironically, like turning Crystallize into a 45% damage buffing of whatever Crystallize type is really cool, especially if she manages to contribute meaningful off-field damage, right? On top of potential, like Crystallize has some defensive utility, right? Not saying you would just want it, but having a little bit of defensive utility from Crystallizes and then just, you know, having Prototype Amber on the team, it can be enough to easily keep teams alive. But it depends on what kind of player you are and how fragile you be. So, you care about being. So, anywho's. What happens when you put her with Petra? Huge ass damage buff? I mean, no, like my assumptions with her damage buffing is with the Natlan artifact set. So you would not be able to do 2 artifact sets at the same time. Unless I guess you could have you could put her on Petra, I guess, and then have someone else on the Natlan artifact set. Now that I think about it, but that's, I don't know, the Petra's clunky. Is kind of all it is. So yeah, we don't know her multipliers. I suspect she's not going to be a very good off-field damage dealer. And she might not even be off-field at all. I want to emphasize that. She might not have any off-field. She just kind of reads like she hopefully should, based on the wording of it, plopping her drill down, and it does its own, it's a construct that does damage. Like, I think it should be an off-field ability. And I suspect like she won't even start doing meaningful damage until high constellations, is my guess, realistically. But at least if she is a character that's given it for 1 copy for free, then that potentially makes it easier to get C6. And that's 1 less copy you need to get C6. So I don't know. Do we know the kid of the Hydra Girl? Yeah, she's basically, see, my impression of her, she's made to be a unit that does low number of total instances of damage, but really big multipliers. We don't know her multipliers yet. This is just how she reads.
Thank you for
Really big multipliers for really big numbers when you intended to like trigger vaporize as her main role, and intended with a movement focus in between your hits of damage, right? So you're gonna be like, you press her E, you surf around on her shark, right? It's gonna be pressing E, and then you fly around on her shark like this, right? Running into enemies, and in between doing that, you occasionally do normal attacks to trigger big vapes. And she's probably the single target focus, which is far more engaging to me as far as a playstyle than Nubilet laser. To be clear, there's a good chance as an on-fielder, I would still get bored of her eventually, but movement gimmicks do a lot for me, I think. Movement gimmicks in combat. Like, it's part of it's one of the many things in Arlecchino's kit, like, her ability to do this, and, like, not only that, like, do this, but also do this, and, like, teleport to enemies, and then you can use her burst to reset and teleport to enemies, and, like, yeah. She's like Hydro Kirara with actual normal attack damage in her skill. That's a weird way to describe it, but yeah, I guess that's not wrong. Remember, you got C1 Lynette free and C1 Kali for free, so it's actually even less copies of her, potentially, maybe, I don't know. We haven't seen anything of it if she's actually free or not, but she's interesting. at a baseline, which is unexpected. Really need her multipliers. I suspect she won't be doing that much multiplier damage in her base kit. But has more potential. Her constellations read completely as she has potential for it. And I like that. So, and she should probably be a not unusable buffer at a baseline. Like a unit that just can be a 45% damage buffer by triggering Crystallize, like, of the corresponding element, means like she's not going to be ideal in like rainbow teams necessarily. Like you want to make sure you're triggering, if you're using her with Arlecchino, you want to make sure you're triggering Pyro Crystallizes, not your Hydro Crystallize, right? But I don't know. That's interesting. It's interesting that they're making this character like that. And this is what I've said before, where like I didn't think they were ever gonna like rebalance Geo, but they would release new Geo units that actually made use of the existing things. This is actually, she might actually be the crystallized buff we've wanted and that I've wanted. So screw me for always being interested in the 4 stars, I guess. Mualani seems fun. Kinich seems like he'd also be fun, but is also probably more dependent on some specific qualities of his kit. And I think I am most likely to skip him of the characters in 5.0. It depends if I have an interesting idea for a video to make on them, because I don't want to just do like, wow, here's Kinich getting damage, like, right? Anywho's, but also Ajaw, right? Like Ajaw. So yeah, I did finish dailies. Okay, right? Right? I did? Yes. Okay. Good. 4-star supremacy indeed. So yeah, and that character, like, actually, that's another buffer for polearms only. Like, that's another dub for polearms only, I think. Which is crazy. Born to 4-star, forced to 5-star, yeah. I wish, you know, if Mihoyo wants to get a lot of community goodwill, considering, you know, some of the negative sentiment, particularly, you know, like around like the skin color going on right now, because like everyone wants to be upset at Genshin for some reason or another, it seems like. To be clear, I want there to be more black characters in Genshin. It's just, it's a video game to me. Yeah, like, one, why is there no, like, basically no black characters, and also why are they bright white shining like the sun? Like, all these characters wear white paint on their face. Anywho's, if they want to get some community goodwill, that Dendro 5-star boy seems like the safest choice for them to give a character that would be super fun, but they could easily balance to not be that strong, but could also be a really good way to help with the Nahida kind of required issue. I don't think it will. I think he's a character that you got to pull for. I think it's a crapshoot, but Mihoyo, you should give him for free. You should do it. You will immediately start to make people love you. That's all you gotta do. Alright, let's be funnies and let's just solo with Arlecchino through most of this. Let's try to solo Arlecchino through floor 11. I mean, I could probably use... I might be able to solo Arlecchino in floor 12 too. So yeah, best they can do is a free Mika. Let's go. No, they've never given a free 5-star. But yeah, anywho's, we're gonna use Sino. And man, I can't wait for Emily actually enabling Aggravate Sino to be a real thing. That'll be so fun. Here, let's do Sino. We'll do Sino Aggravate with Yaya. Why not? Just for funsies. So Sino with Emily, by the way, is going to be something like Sino Toma is the ideal that works out, and then Sino Emily Toma, and then I don't even freaking know. It might be Candace. Just Candace buff uptime is going to be low, but like it's kind of whatever for the last slot, to be honest. Zhongli if he's available, depending on if I need him for the other team. Raiden unless I need her for the other team. But like the main thing is like oftentimes if I'm like going to do strong teams, like this might be a team format or whatever, right? A Chevre's team, which means Raiden is usually going to be needed for a Chevre's team, so Raiden's not usually available for Sino. So it'll probably be something like, you know, Sino, Emily, Toma, and Zhongli or whatever. Or honestly, Kanicha, depending on her uptime. Like, she might be able to do Electro Crystallize, give a 45% Electro bonus. Like, dang, right? Dang. I want. Please. Let's go. Anywho's. And the idea with Toma is like hopefully we'll maintain enough burning uptime to get consistent, really good Emily damage in conjunction with aggravates and Cyno. I think it will work. We'll see though. We'll see. Anyways, for now though, we're just going to be funnies and we're gonna solo with Alucino because why not? This is what we do. Let's just actually, you know, let's just do Cyno overload. Yeah, I really wish the enemies were new. Poke. 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 Poke, poke, poke. This is why, like, wow, how engaging. I don't understand why people like soloing. It's funny to do sometimes, but, yeah.
Let's get down to business.
Let's get down to business.
Nowhere to run. Your sins
Alright.
weigh upon your soul.
Well, whatever, it's fine.
The fairy. Your penance is due. Guilty. Your penance is due.
Did he get his burst back? That was the question. He did. I heard the sound. Attack. And they're dead. Oh, you're not dead. Hello. Poke. Poke. How long will it be live for? I mean, if it's not obvious by the fact that I'm talking less. Also, I stopped playing. I should play the music again. If it's not obvious by the fact that I started talking less, shuffle this. There we go. Is Outer Wilds soundtrack. I'm a little bit more tired already. I need to go shopping. I need some food. I do consume that occasionally. So there's that. Yeah. So I'm not that much longer. Would like to clear Abyss here, get it done for the funsies. Yeah, Cyno Overload still doesn't feel great. I think the Emily team is gonna feel really good. It's gonna have some issues like the fact that Mihoyo hates me and doesn't want to give me C2 Toma ever. But, you know. Favorite food? I don't even know. I don't like food. Yeah, I don't even know. I'm sorry. I'm not a foodie. If I could, you know, if I had the ability to like pay $10,000 to never have to eat again, I would do that in a heartbeat. Photosynthesize, exactly. I guess my favorite foods are probably strawberries, honestly, I think. But they tend to like there's other fruits that are like better than strawberries, but they have other downsides. Strawberries have like the most consistency; they just taste really good, without many downsides to them. Like watermelon, a good watermelon is like, but like watermelon's a crapshoot, an absolute crapshoot of a fruit. Whereas, you know, strawberries are just like strawberries. Is not liking food an eating disorder? I don't know. I'm healthy, I think. I don't. What am I? Whatever. I'll let you know. Make an extensive pro and con list of every fruit. I mean, I don't think I've had every fruit in existence, but I wouldn't be. I would be able to do that for a lot of fruit. That's what I need to transition my channel to fruit tier lists. Me, the person who says he doesn't like food. Bam. Bananas belong in A tier. Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah. I don't love bananas, but they're healthy for you. Nature packages them for you. They're dirt cheap. Downside, they attract fruit flies. Like, yeah. Mango. I don't think I've had a mango in like a long time. I've never eaten like a raw mango. I don't think. I definitely should. Mango's biggest downsides. I imagine I will love mangoes as far as the taste. My understanding is bananas go bad too fast. That's true as well. So like if you want to eat bananas consistently, you have to like go buy a bunch of bananas every 3 days. But like mangoes are messy as all hell is my understanding. And that's a pretty big downside. Like it's an ordeal to eat a mango, is my understanding. And it's fine. You know, everything's gonna have benefits and all that. Do I eat any meat? No. I stopped eating meat after. I'm not vegan, to be clear. The correct thing to do is, you know, be vegan if you're like for like more reasons. But like after seeing like some of the things that humanity does to animals, as someone who doesn't, oops, well, I just wasted Sino Burst. As someone who doesn't believe that, like, I don't have a religious belief that says humanity, like human life forms are more superior or important than other life forms, right? I think we have the potential to be better, but then we oftentimes don't. And I don't like what humans do to a lot of animals. That's all I can say. I'm not like a PETA activist or anything. I don't really care if other people eat meat. But for me personally, I'm not comfortable with the idea of actively eating meat that supports the industries that actively abuse animals. It is ultimately what it is. So, you know, it's easier for me rather than having to worry about like, where was this meat sourced, etc., etc., etc. Because like, if, you know, I know a chicken was sourced and like was not abused, like then I'm more comfortable eating it, knowing it wasn't like genetically bred to be overweight and miserable its entire existence, and then like literally like I've literally seen footage, right? I think of I think the footage that I saw that was the tipping point for me deciding to not eat meat anymore was seeing like a chicken processing plant that would just like inspect baby chickens, and the workers just like grab a chicken and then yeet the chicken to like one bin or the other after like glancing at it for half a second. Like that's this person's job. It's just like it's someone's job to like look at a baby chicken and then just like yeet it to the left or right constantly. Like, and the people are like, yeah, there's lots of farmers that, you know, but this is mostly like big corporation farmers, but like this is also like where most of the chicken meat is in like your whatever cheap products, and I'm a bit of a penny pincher, right? And like I don't want to have to deal with researching things. I don't want to have to do with whatever. I don't like draw the line at like, oh, any animal products. I'm not a vegan because I'm too lazy. But let's not do Arlecchino solo there. But like, it's just easy to be like, no, I'm just not gonna eat meat, right? That's all. It's very easy to draw that line. And there's a lot of other ways to get protein. Baby chicken yeeter is a crazy job indeed. Is there something wrong with me if I don't care if your chicken was abused? I don't, you know, you can choose your own beliefs. I believe in not abusing animals. And not supporting the systems that contribute to abusing animals. If you don't, that's fine. I don't care.
Stop right there.
Life's too short for me to give enough of a shit about what other people are doing. Like, I'm not gonna be able to convince everyone to not eat meat or whatever. The only real solutions to the problem are
Supporting fire. Fire it up.
systemic solutions, not yelling at people about their enjoyment of chicken, right? Right. So, yeah, systemic problems require systems that, like, adjusting the systems
Check this out.
of the systemic problems, because they're systemic problems. It's very rarely just a mindset issue, and there's a reason people like meat. It tastes good. I get it. I miss chicken. Chicken is enjoyable. Is baby chicken eater paid well? I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Oh god. I'm gonna be careful here.
Overruled.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh no! This is the hardest one, probably. I think steak is gross. Yeah, I don't like steak. I don't like most really juicier meats. Not that I've eaten many in the last... I don't think I've eaten meat in 5 years. It's been a while.
Justice will prevail. Stop.
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Shorter burst animation, please, sir. I think I definitely like having an ER timepiece in Sino. It's nice.
Here's backup. Check this out. Judgment is upon us. You stand condemned.
Oh, don't you do it. Ow, ow. Buttholes.
Your penance is due.
Oh, this chamber is miserable.
Don't get too close. Supporting fire.
Justice will prevail. Final warning.
Yeah, I was trying to catch this particle. Sting it.
Nice and spicy.
No! Butthole! God dang it. Frick, I hate this. This chamber is terrible. Yeah, it's definitely a grouping check chamber, which I hate.
Everlasting as the moon.
I think we can probably smartly utilize Arlecchino's burst to protect it, but... Oh, you, of course you do range damage. No. Stop it.
Witness my rise. Transfix.
Oh my god. Let me free. No, why did you jump over? Oh, look at it. I love the freeze mechanic in this game, having to spam spacebar. Sorry, I maintain as today as why friggin' Saint Cho feels like absolute garbage in too many situations. One enemy that shoots a cryo arrow on you, and then you have to deal with mashing the spacebar. It feels awful. I don't care how good of a defensive unit he is.
Hands where I can see 'em. Drop your weapon.
Stop jumping!
Nowhere to run. Through me.
Okay, I might have to reconfigure teams a little bit to...
You stand condemned. Your penance is due. Here's backup. Check this out.
Justice will prevail.
Oh, yeah, you're talking to me. Yes, thank you.
Booba, get them.
I didn't hit anything.
Sins weigh upon your soul. Guilty.
Stop.
Your penance is due.
Is there... That Shaolin killed him.
Fire it up. Supporting fire. Nowhere to run.
Oh, God, I hate it so much.
Hands where I can see 'em. Drop your weapons. Stop right.
Yuta. Through me, justice is served.
Oh,
Guilty.
why?
Your penance is due.
God, it's awful. This is awful.
Got you covered.
Justice will prevail.
Stop targeting it. This is really awful. It's not the monolith defense is bad, it's that they do cringe setups, like enemies that you can't do anything against because they jump in the air and auto-target the thing. Like, and do 80, 100, 8,000 of the enemies. Right? Fight fire with fire? What are you talking about? I have Xiangling and the Hide. Xiangling can deal with the Pyro deals with the Electro, and the Electro deal, like, it's just too much, right? Like, that's all. What is that? Oh, I forgot. It's been a while since I've seen that. And the shields on these men's...
This is where
1 hour, huh? Well, I can tell you I won't be streaming in 1 hour. Don't do it! Don't do it! No! It's a C6 guy, look, you know, you shouldn't be surprised. Okay. Freaking. Who do we add for our Lucino to help with this problem? I have no idea what I did before. I don't remember. I remember it being slightly annoying before, but it wasn't that hard after I configured some team. Was it Xiao? Did I use Xiao? I feel like it might have actually been Xiao. Wrong thing. Save him, Kazuha. Yeah, I don't think Kazuha will save me. I pass the abyss before server is gone. I mean, I might not pass this chamber. I don't know what even helps me here. Other than Xiao. Xiao can just smack on them constantly, right? Just bringing in more pyro would probably be good. But, like, I need the pyro for the second side, or the first Sino too, technically. Like, I don't want to not do, I don't know, maybe I can do this. Right? Or actually, wait, this. And then something like that. Zhongli can be there to, don't even need the shielding, but just there for potential, like, hey, stop dealing damage, I can freeze you. Xiao can be there to plungy plunge, VV shred, whatever, I don't know. Mostly plungy plunge, just to constantly stun them is the ideal. I don't know. I don't know if it'll actually work. Toma might be doing more. I don't even know. Oh, Rosaria. Wait, what? Rosaria for the Hydro Slimes. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do something like this. True. That might be what I did. Oh, you know what? That's probably what I did. I probably did Rosaria, Zhongli, Xiangling melt on one side. That's probably why I didn't struggle. Definitely should have Chevrolet first, but...
Judgment is upon you. Guilty.
Illusion shattered. Hands where I can see.
Why?
Stop right there. Drop your weapon. Boba, get them.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. Your penance is due.
I just wish they didn't prioritize targeting the thing as much, too.
Stay condemned.
Justice will prevail. Final warning. Drop your weapons. Final warning.
You know?
There is no escape.
Nowhere to run. Through me, justice is served. Your penance is due.
Hands where I can see them. Stop right there. Final warning. Nice and
Hey, thank you for targeting me. No, you what? God, frick. Stupid. I hate him. Why would you not go Xiao? Because I don't feel like configuring his build. Alright, let's do
by ordinance
this.
divine. You can't run. Punish me.
This is order.
Witness my lies. Overrule.
god. Oh my god, I got frozen again. Frick, I hate this fricking developer. Why? Why do you just do annoying things? Like, what is the point of making floor 11 this freaking annoying? I swear they only do that just to be dicks and force people to pull for Kazuha. No, brain. I definitely hit switch to Xiangling there. Xiao wouldn't get frozen, that's true. I'm just fat figuring everything right now. I don't even know.
Illusion shattered. Justice will prevail. Drop your weapons. Final warning.
Judgment is upon us.
Did I not Xiangling? What? Brain! What is wrong with my brain? Yeah, I might just need to use Xiangling on the second side, but then I have to use a different team this side.
No escape. You asked for it. Drop your weapons. Final warning. Now you shall perish. Justice will prevail. Stop right there. Final warning. You're toast.
Nowhere to run. Through me, justice is served.
Really?
It's a crown prize.
Oh, that... Okay. Wait, that, I thought that was a Electro one back there. It's fine.
You asked for it.
Frick me.
Torn to oblivion.
Okay. I mean, I talked about Lease for like an hour straight, so probably, yeah. It's probably fine. Okay.
Overruled. Shiver. Yeah. Do your master's bidding. Manifest.
Stop freezing me! Oh my god! Jesus Christ, how did I get a plunge there? What is going on with this freaking game?
Transfixed. Everlasting as the
Let's kill
moon.
things where they land. No, it didn't. Alright, cool. 10 out of 10. These are Pyro Cryo. Stop! Oh my god. Did it clear it? Thank God. Frick this chamber. God. God. Yes, Xiao might have been better.
Illusion shattered.
Yeah, I'm still streaming because I get distracted by leaks. That's why. Yeah.
Now you shall perish. Justice will prevail.
No, there's nothing interesting to say. Nothing's going to be a challenge anymore. Well. The Abyss doesn't seem to be new. No, it isn't. Because Mihoyo things. I didn't kill the other one? What? Well. Exciting. What song is playing? Know My Ruins. I see. Skip. Not that Know My Ruins bad, but very, very low ambient song. I have Homa on Raiden. I just noticed. That's not correct. Okay. I forgot. I actually gave Sino his weapon. Weird. Weird. You happy or sad so far? I mean, I'm looking forward to Natland, so I'm happy about that, but I am continually sad that Mihoyo doesn't seem to, you know, want to actually improve the state of endgame in this game. Right? Like theater, not only does theater not be interesting really basically at all for how this game functions, Like, just really poorly thought out. It also managed to make Abyss worse by making it so the Abyss enemy lineup more often will have 2-month gaps before resetting versus, oh, they could have at least thrown us the bone of every month an Abyss resets. It at least reset the enemies, but no. Can't do that, apparently. Alright, chicken. I know. Thank you. I'm aware, Mahoyo. I appreciate it. So, you know, they at least may be happy with the next patch, I guess. Which is something. Should we try soloing with Arlecchino? Screw it, let's do it. Chamber 1 is annoying, by the way, in case you didn't know. It'll be fine with it'll be fine with Shedris. Right. I don't need interruption resistance against mighty buttholes. Surely, right? Let's try it. Why not? Energy, sure. The rewards reset, yes, but not the actual Abyss. I don't give a shit about the rewards resetting. Let's do this. It didn't do as much as hoping, but oh well. This is for all the people. There's not that many people that say this, but there's a small number of people that are like, why are you powering down, like, why are you putting a circlet on Arlecchino? What was the point of getting C6 Arlecchino if you're just gonna put a healing bonus circlet on her? And I'm like, to prove how pointless it is. To prove I didn't need C6. Because I'd much rather have comments that say, why are you powering down? What was the point of C6? Versus, the only reason you can clear is because it's C6, right? But, you know, I don't mind doing something fun with Arlecchino C6 every now and then. That's why I got it. Just, generally speaking, I would default to not trying to abuse it. What am I doing? I didn't die. There we go. I need to make sure I actually use Thundering Fury here. This is 412. It is not easy. Thank you, ER timepiece. Right, you're not on DPS, so don't need to do that. Let's make sure you're grouped properly. That would be unfortunate if you weren't. Okay. I kind of want you not to be there, but you know, whatever. That's a little. Oh, frick. Whoops. Whoopsies. You know. Oh god, the damage. Jesus Christ, the damage. Oh, the lectors are gonna be. The lectors are gonna be. Pyro against Pyro lectors. You know there's more than just Pyro in the team, right? Yes, there are Raiden constellations there. Although Raiden is definitely not on the right build for that team. Like at all. Candace? I mean, yeah, but I don't want to bring a different team for all the chambers. I'll bring Candace if I need to. Or if I feel like it, I should say. If we struggle too much. What? What the frick? Good board. But yeah, so the damage from the lectors is the problem here, not the not like the application potential. You whatever.
Nowhere to run. Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Why are you alive?
Penance is due.
Yeah, that killed him. You gave me quicken at least. That was something.
Guilty.
I'm not even gonna get through this dude with the.
Penance is due.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Shine down. You're toast. Nice.
Can you, bro? Like.
This is where you
Oops. That's why he's another skill.
everlasting as the moon. Transfixed.
Get sharp attack vibes in there.
Spread your wings and raise a storm. Overruled. Where do you think you're
Spawn.
going?
We have a health bar. Hopefully hit them. Not get hit, but that might. No? Okay. 3-2 game. I don't know if that was more efficient attacking the bird there or not. Should press Z more often. What? Like, the thing I can't use in domains?
You asked for it. Stop right there.
Okay. You're dead.
There is no
Let's try riding here, because she has a bit more melee. Here I can transition into using Sino on the buttholes.
justice will prevail. Drop your weapon.
Futile. Those need justice is served. You stay condemned.
They're not dead yet. Oh my god.
Guilty. Your penance is due. You stay condemned.
You asked for it. Final. Eat this. Nice and spicy. Shine down.
Nowhere to run. Judgment is upon you.
No. No, what are you doing over there? No, back up, back your butt up. Oh, it's not a deal. No. That's good, okay.
There is no escape. Justice will prevail. Drop your weapon.
Surrender. Your sins weigh upon your soul. Your penance is due. Guilty. Your penance is due.
Torn to oblivion. Final warning.
Judgment is upon you. Guilty. You stay condemned.
You asked for it. Now you shall perish.
No. No. You can push the Pyro Mages closer at the start of the second round. I mean, sure, but the problem is you have to take time to do that. And you also have the... I don't know why I bursted there, but it was worth actually checking to see. Actually, you know, that's interesting. Let me try bursting on those instead of bursting on the other dude. But yeah, the Dendro Mage is the main problem. Like, you need to kill the Dendro Mage. Right. What? Why did I deal no damage with my burst? What just happened there? Thanks, game. You're not teleportable that far? Jesus.
Transfixed.
Okay. Okay. not teleport to the left. Thank you. Okay, for some reason they get spread apart when I do that. Why does that happen? I don't think it's worth doing that. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Transfixed, everlasting as the moon. Laid bare.
Yeah, thanks. I know. You die. No, this was not more efficient.
Overruled.
Time coming was a
Target practice.
Pressure waits
Right to start.
oasis.
Oh, you
Where do
before you
you
even
think
finish.
you're going?
Ow. Ow.
Laid bare.
Yeah, no, that did not sequence nearly as well. Lots of Madam Ping leaks. What? I don't think there's any real Madam Ping leaks worth taking any stake in right now, to be completely honest.
Inazuma shines eternal.
But it would be nice if she was a polearm. And especially if she was a hydro polearm. I wanted them to stay roped by Halls. Oh, I was trying to get around before it expired.
Your penance is due.
Yeah, honestly, the real problem here is just the damage. Unironically, just throwing in Sino could probably fix my problems here. But losing Xiangling would be rough, but probably worth it.
Now you shall perish.
Honestly, losing Raiden would probably be fine too. The idea was just Raiden for more pyro. Okay, that's good, by the way. Oh, frick me.
There is no escape.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stand condemned.
I'm just dumb.
Come at me.
Ah, can I get any healing? What? Was Shivers not healing at all? Did I never just Shivers? Okay. What the... I'm pretty sure I soloed this side with Sino before, but I probably used Telma, realistically. So, do we swap out Xiangling though, or do we swap out? I don't know. We'll try like that. Raiden is still in the wrong build, by the way, but she at least does some damage, so... Alright, we're still trying to solo, because I'm stubborn. Why? Oh wait, no, I already decided that wasn't worth it. I decided that wasn't worth it. We have skill numbers on Kenichi now? Why? Brain! What are you doing? Brain, brain, stop! Why don't you use Candace in second half? Because I want to do a team the full way through. And I don't want to make the team, like, dysfunctional for the other chambers. I've used Candace in the chamber in the past. That is how I cleared it, I believe, the first time, if I recall. Why? Why did I do that? Yeah, that was really dumb doing that. I've completely fuddled up my flow here.
Coming was a
Target practice.
Pressure waits
Right to start.
eternal oasis.
I got numbers for all three characters, although at an unknown level, it's probably level 10.
Laid bare.
The eternal oasis at long last.
Probably level 10. We have Kenichi constellations as well. Character skillings. Don't care about Kenichi right now. Oh, I was right about one thing. High multiplier Navia style. Yep, indeed. Yep, this character's Dendro Navia. but that could be still very relevant because like dealing dendro damage, good. Mualani is a base damage of 46.3, giant wave shark bite bonus, which I believe is her 3. So I presume this stacks to the 3 stacks. It's 34.7%. So she has like 100. I was right. I think she has like 150% scaling when you do her full stacks, is my guess. I could be wrong though. I think that's what that is. And her burst is 67% HP, which maybe is worthwhile. Oh, but it has a 15-second cooldown, not 10-second. Okay, which makes more sense. Kachina is defense scaling. Nice. We don't know intervals, to be clear, and don't have 100% confirmation that she actually does an off-field skill damage, right? Her burst is 70 cost with 12-second duration, apparently. Wait, what 12-second duration? What? Her burst did 1 instance of damage, though. Her burst is 615% defense scaling. Sky Piercer Impact is 140% defense. Independence, which I think would be her, probably her ticks, is 102 defense. It creates the field. Yeah, I know. If like Kachina's AoE off-field dendro off-field geo damage dealer that can buff by 45% of whatever she crystallizes, that's a. I think she's pretty good. I'm gonna have to do some maths for her to evaluate her like multiplier value, but. Oh my god, it didn't. Bro. Where? Why?
My judgment has failed.
Okay. Think Kachina will be good for Navia? Probably yes. She probably generates a decent amount of skills, like geo particles over time. But notably, Kachina is going to be buffing your non-Navia party members, to be clear. All right. Wait. No. Sorry, she is. She does buff geo damage because the artifact set is worded gives damage bonus for any element that's included in the reaction that was triggered. So if you're doing like, like Navia, Xiangling, Bennett, right? When you do Pyro crystallizes, or you could do like Farina, right? Whatever. But Geo is one of the crystallized ones, so yeah, she will give like 45% damage bonus to Navia. It doesn't have to be Benny, Xiangling, Navia, but she will always benefit Navia. And if she generates a decent amount of particles, like, yeah. E keeps off field if she is gone, probably, yeah. Like, Kachina, unironically, is, I think, the most interesting character to me right now. Oh boy. Cursed with liking 4 stars. But yeah, I gotta do actual math. Not right now. I'll do actual math for what she looks like. Sir, can you not waddle away? I hate these enemies so much. After we see what her intervals are, we need to. It really annoys me that they don't list intervals in character kits for stuff that happens over time. Yeah.
What do you think you're going to Overruled. The eternal oasis of long rest. Goodbye.
So Hyperbloom will buff Electro, Dendro, and Hydro? What? Are you... oh wait, that's actually an interesting question. So first of all, the set specifically has like the Night Spirit trigger if you actually want to gain meaningful value from it. I don't know. I don't know what they will do for how the artifact set will count that. It might count it only as like an electro thing. I don't know. That's a good question. I wouldn't assume that Hyperbloom will, like triggering Hyperbloom with that set, will be damage bonus for Electro, Dendro, and Hydro, but it's possible. I'd assume if they code it properly, it should, because technically all those reactions are involved in it.
You asked for it. Stop right there.
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Okay, I should probably just like clear this abyss and stop trying to solo. God, can you ever die and like...
Your penance is due. Guilty.
There's no escape.
Got you covered. Check this out.
Justice will prevail.
Futile. Judgment is upon you. Your penance is due. Stay content.
Okay.
Shine down.
Don't get too close. Here's backup.
Thank you.
Now you shall perish.
Surrender. Your sins weigh upon your soul. Your penance is due.
I'm not using Thundering Fury and being bad.
Penance is due. Guilty.
Oh god.
Your penance. Check this out.
You asked for it.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Supporting fire. Futile. Judgment is upon you. Stay condemned. Your penance is due.
Die.
Stay condemned.
No.
Guilty. Your penance is due.
Why is the other one so far away? Overload problems here.
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Heck, man. Okay, I should just stop doing soloing shenanigans. This second chamber is too annoying.
Stay content.
Does Shatter buff Geo, Cryo, and Hydro?
Guilty.
I highly doubt it. Shatter does not... To trigger Shatter, you don't need Geo. It should... Yeah, it'd probably just be... If it triggers anything, it would be Cryo and Hydro. But I also wouldn't be surprised if Shatter was just an oversight and it doesn't trigger anything for this. You know, we're just gonna be smart, okay? Let's try to actually clear this. Here, we'll do Candace, Arlecchino. Do this. Alright, we'll do a full team. Crazy idea, I know. We had our fun trying to solo. It's doable if I was better. Or honestly, even if we had like a actual damage buff for the card right now. I didn't actually use my other character's abilities.
Solidify.
Prayer.
Strike is one. Unleash.
Laid bare.
If I use Candace properly, I can set up some like
Spread your wings
large
and
vapes
raise
on
a
these.
storm.
Grant us your blessing.
Do your worst.
Flowers and Gurabard.
Everlasting as the moon. Transfixed. The eternal awaits at long last.
It wasn't that much faster. I didn't do it very well, but you know.
There's no escape.
Don't get too close. Here's backup.
You asked for it. Final warning.
What?
Torn to oblivion. Shine down.
Okay.
Nowhere to run. You'll need justice served.
Bro, can this stupid crap you're spawning go away?
Drop your weapons.
Frick me.
Will prevail.
I got you covered.
Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape.
Hands back and see ya. Final warning. Stop right there.
Supporting fire. Check this out.
Shine down.
Surrender.
Now you shall perish.
Justice will prevail.
Don't get too close. Futile. Judgment is upon you.
You stand condemned. Your penance is due. Guilty.
No.
Your penance is due. You stand condemned. Guilty.
Gosh.
You stand condemned.
You asked for it. Drop your weapons.
Eh.
Here's backup. Fire it up.
Through me, justice is served. Your penance is due. You stand condemned.
Oh, okay.
Guilty.
Bruh. Why am I struggling so much against these? What? Where is he? Why? What happened? What?
Stronger than I anticipated.
I'm pretty sure just Raiden would be better there if she had, like, this is why Raiden always has some Scarlet Sands. Yeah, I know I could use Raiden versus Raiden does not have the correct. She has Stab of Homa with like 20% correct right now. You need to, like, Raiden's build is supposed to have Stab of Scarlet Sands. It looks like she might be getting competent damage still because occasionally she does crit.
Hear my prayer. Yield.
Really?
This is where
Greatest weapon.
witness my lies. Transfixed.
Your coming was
Target
foretold.
packed.
Stretch your wings and raise
The
the eternal oasis.
This is where
Where do you think you're
Lay
going?
back. Hear my prayer.
I didn't even clear any faster here. That was terrible. That was actually terrible. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting to the point of just clearing it the way I don't want to, which is
Torn to oblivion.
with the team specifically around this chamber.
There is no escape.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stand condemned. Your penance is due.
Oh, good job, me. Whatever.
Don't get too close. Here's backup.
Inazuma shines eternal. Shine down.
You die. Thank you.
Hands back and see ya. Stop right there.
Can you spawn the other one, please? Thank you.
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
Why did they get separated? Why? Game?
You stand condemned. Your penance is due.
No.
Judgment.
I stopped there because it was obviously pointless with them not being grouped properly to hit them at the same time. I don't know. I'm kind of tired of trying. I'll be able to clear it. when I'd probably take a break, like, in my first try. I'm kind of just tired now. That's all. And, well, what else? Well. Yeah, maintenance is going to happen soon, so I don't know. I think I should be having more success than I am, and I'm just tired. It happens, right? If this was attack percent, I would have been like, wow, let's freaking go. It's possible as an upgrade, to be clear. It is possible. This is a 3-line. It's just unlikely. Unlikely, but hey, some gambas to end off the stream. Low roll. Times 5. Jesus Christ. Okay. Wow. It let us down at the very end. It let us down at the very end. That's a dead stat from my, like, you know, always. FC4, right? It's not better. It's worse. Sorry. It's meaningfully worse. Quite a lot worse. It's getting thrown away. It's useless for me. I'm sorry. I know it's gonna hurt people. I don't know. I'll keep it locked again for now, but like it's useless. Yeah. It's worse than this, and it's worse than this. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it could be an off piece, to be clear. Like, it's not going to be a priority piece to throw away, but remember the standards for polearms only are different, right? Like, I don't have 100 different characters. One, that's a kind of garbage artifact set, so even on a normal account. But like I don't have 2-piece. Like, what character's going to use 2-piece attack percent? Like you? I mean, it could be useful for you. That would be the main reason to keep it, but I don't know. Like, it's not getting thrown away immediately. It is actually like a good Shivers piece potentially for 2-piece. But there's no other character right now that wants to do 2-piece on the account. So, like, and sure, it could be an off piece, but I have a lot of options for off pieces, right? And it's not many instances where it actually makes sense for me to do an off piece in a flower, right? So, yeah, like it's just worse than this. It's significantly worse than this piece. It looks better because like 30 crit damage is rare, right? But it doesn't matter. having the 2 additional crit rate rolls, or sorry, 2 additional attack percent rolls and the EM on this piece makes this piece quite a lot better than having 3% more crit damage. And then this piece is just a different balance, right? So like it's an off piece potentially for someone. So I'll probably keep it because it has ER off piece potential, mostly because of Shivers. Because Shivers can actually use the ER and she can use the whatever. Like what does she actually look like if I do a 2-piece on her? I don't know if I have. Oh, I have that. I forgot. Yeah. So what if I do? Let's do a 2-piece Homa build on her with this. Let's see what it looks like. What you looking like, Chevy? I'll be very happy about that if this makes for a meaningfully better 2-piece build on Chevy. Use that, because of course we steal the Pyro Goblet from Hu Tao. Here, I'll give this to Hu Tao just to make sure she's not broken. Hu Tao's probably going to have to go back to Martial Say permanently. I put Hu Tao on Chiminawas, but I'll put her back on Martial Says, I think, because I think she will always be able to use it as long as I'm using her with Emily or Shivers now, which is cool. So that means this goblet is actually free for Shivers. And then 2Bs, we're either got to do 2Bs Pyro, which I don't actually have. I don't think I have good options for 2-piece Pyro. Or 2-piece attack, most likely. Two-piece emblem wouldn't be the worst either. Oh, two-piece skill damage wouldn't be bad either, I forgot. Two-piece skill damage, huh? What do I have for Golden Troop? Just this piece on Bennett? I mean, that's a 40 CV, though. Okay. I have two different options. This is Outer Wilds soundtrack music. If you watch the start of the stream, Emily, you can go back. I'm almost done with the stream anyways, but basically whether or not the Abyss enemy lineup reset. Because that's the difference between like usually having fun in the Abyss for a while, or wow, yay, the same enemies, a solved problem. It's like, you know, you enjoy solving puzzles, right? And you were told, hey, there's a new puzzle coming out next month. And then it's the same puzzle. You're like, why do you call this a new puzzle? Oh, well, it's a new puzzle because you get another candy bar with it this month. But I like doing puzzles. What do you mean? We thought you just did the puzzle for the candy bar. Like, no. Anywho's, what was I looking for? Attack percent means. What's the most crit damage I have? Not, well, no, I wanted crit damage and crit rate. Crit damage, crit rate. Oops. Why does it say number 3 and number 1 for... Why is it it's not correct? There we go. No, wrong set. No, not on set. We need an on-set piece. Okay, this set might still be what I need to use, because if the ER is relevant or not. The candy bar gives me anxiety, indeed. You're gonna continue streaming until 4.8 is out? No, I need a break. I need to go shopping. I will have a video tomorrow probably pulling for Kave. I'm not gonna guarantee for sure if I'm gonna go for C6 Kave or not. I want it. I'm not gonna afford it, and like, especially if it's a video, but also it feels really bad. Wishing for 4 stars. So it'll probably be some form of video. I don't know if I'll actually get C6 Kave, but that'll be out tomorrow, so. So I guess let's find what feather I want. So like our options is 2-piece Golden Troop, or 2-piece I think Shimanoas most likely. And Shimanoas I have more options for feathers, right? Particularly in like, you know, having crit rate. So something like that. What does this look like for a 2-piece build? So using this new artifact I got because gross. Also, this, by the way, I think this is just barely, yeah, it's like 39.7 crit value. That's funny. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know if I need the ER, right? But if I need the ER on this piece, this is probably ideal, right? 2 attack, 2283 attack, 2340, 420 crit rate, HP, 136 ER, not bad. If I do 2-piece skill bonus, see what that looks like first. 2100 attack, a little bit more crit rate, less ER. So like it depends if I need the ER, I think. This would be better if I don't need the ER. Or this. I'm not sure which one of these two. It's just like 1 crit rate roll difference, or the HP. HP might be more valuable for the more attack buff for the team and her. I don't know. That looks pretty good. So that's nice. New options for 2-piece. This is probably my preferred 2-piece variation now. So hey, the artifact is useful. I lied. Just not on Arlecchino at all. Both of my other ones are good on Arlecchino. So I played Wuthering Waves. Yep. Although yesterday I decided to. I have a freaking like Welkin equivalent going in Wuthering Waves right now. Which you think would be motivate me to actually log on and finish that. But yesterday, after I finished reading my book for my friend's book club stuff that we do every week, I had to go log into, right? I wanted to log into ZZZ because I actually wanted to play and do some stuff on ZZZ. And then I did Genshin things, because Genshin things. And then Wuthering Waves was just like, you know what? I don't feel like logging anymore. I don't have, like, the longer I play Wuthering Waves, the more it, like, angers me. So many of the ways, like, that they design, like, the core of the game. Like, really, really core fundamental flaws in the game. And I don't feel like going into it. So at this point, you can basically just, yeah, I think I'm done with Wuthering Waves. Like, and like the most telling thing that should tell you how much I just don't care about Wuthering Waves anymore, because it feels too fundamentally flawed to me. I just am not enjoying when I'm actually playing it, like, ever. Is that, like, the leak about the free character, like the Gauntlet dude? He's got cool animations. Forgot what his name is, but he's got cool animations. He's probably going to be pretty good, and he's free. I don't give a like at least in Star Rail, even though in Star Rail when they, like, released Dr. Ratio, I was like a similar vibe of, like, wavering between kind of checked out with Star Rail, but still logging in relatively consistently, still enjoying some aspects of Star Rail. Wuthering Waves, I got excited about Dr. Ratio being coming for free, because I was like, oh, that's a character I'm not going to pull for, but, like, I'll have fun using him and playing around with a character I wouldn't have normally pulled for. I do not feel that way in Wuthering Waves. I just, like, I don't care. I don't care. So, I don't know. It has good parts, but, like, they really need to make it feel like its own identity. Make something that puts it apart. It's mostly just a gacha game, unfortunately, and I want it to be more than that. So, will you ever pull for I'll Hate Them? I already have I'll Hate Them. I made a video about him. The last stream I made about was I used him. So, yeah, I don't know. They got good things going on. Wuthering Waves is not for me. That's all I can say. And, like, yeah, and again, like, the combat was one of the main things I enjoyed in many ways, but this last weekend, so this was, like, after I made the ZZ video, I tried doing more of Tower to see how far I could get in Tower. I'm very close to the potential of, like, clearing Tower fully. I think just need to, like, level things more and whatever. But, and I also try to clear, like, the endgame holograms, which I can kill all of the holograms, I think, without with just getting used to the enemy mechanics. But, like, I just didn't enjoy it. I played for, like, a good hour or two doing, you know, difficult combat stuff in Wuthering Waves. Stuff I had enjoyed originally in Wuthering Waves. I just wasn't enjoying it. And I was just like, yeah. So, I just, like, why is... And it's really... The daily login cycle of Wuthering Waves is really annoying. Like, particularly if you want to, like, get the Battle Pass XP. Ugh. Thoughts on the skip option? I mean, I maintain that most games that... I'm surprised that Zenless Zone Zero has a skip button, because I think the story is good enough to not be worth skipping. I don't have any desire to skip it, right? Wuthering Waves. You have to be like, oh man, I want to give the story a chance, but then it just makes you want to skip it, right? Yeah. So anyways, it's just healthier for me, and I'm not planning on making any more content with Wuthering Waves, so I've just decided to stop. And I'm, yeah, and that's with the Welkin thing going right now. That's with me being kind of interested in Chong-Li, because she looks cool. So, yeah. Remember the idea of using Arlecchino as a sub-DPS with their skill and Golden Troop Siege Wing? Her skill does, like, no damage. And it doesn't apply Pyro the second time it hits either. So, like, yeah. It really does, like, very little damage at all. It only hits once after, other than, like, the initial hits. And yeah, I don't know. Like, I've done, to be clear, I've done short field time things. Just doing Golden Troop on Arlecchino doesn't really make sense. I do enjoy short field time Arlecchino. I talked about that, I think, at length in my Sunday stream. My free-to-play? I've had a free-to-play account before, so I know what it's like. I played a free-to-play account for a straight year. Try an Emily, Yao, Arlecchino team? Of course I shall. I mean, well, Yao is not that necessary there, to be honest, because Arlecchino's self-healing and she's the main one on the field. She'll sustain the team on her own right, but, you know, I will definitely... There are teams I will try with Yao and Emily together, for sure. I don't know how often I'll lean towards Arlecchino, Yao, Emily. But yeah, I don't know. Like, for me, the healthy balance with most gacha games has always been, same as Sylveon, buying the battle pass in Welkin. Like, and Welkin, to be clear, is absolutely a thing that's just meant to make you feel like you need to log in every day. Like, I was kind of feeling like I was forcing myself to log in to Wuthering Waves just to very slowly progress and get the Welkin crap. But, like, yeah. So, like, I don't know. It's very much, like, I respect anyone who can spend a lot of time in this game, in these games, playing these games, and resist spending any money at all. I respect your strength of will, because they are definitely pretty heavily balanced just to make you want to at least spend a little bit of money, right? And I think it's perfectly fine and healthy for a game that I spent a meaningful amount of time in and got value out of to spend a little bit of money on it if I'm still enjoying it and still enjoying the updates as they come out, right? So, anyways, we're gonna get kicked out of Genshin here. I think some regulation in China was supposed to come down. Yeah, except for the person that suggested those regulations got kicked out of the government. Or resigned or something. Because, like, when those things were announced, like, China's economy took a hit, from what I recall. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. I would like it, though. Like, it's absolutely egregious to me. Like, the most egregious thing about this, right, is that you will there will be no refund for any premium gems that are not claimed via login, right? That should not be legal, right? You buy this for $5, it says you get 300 Genesis crystals and 27 across 30 days. If you have to log in to claim one, that's fine. But, like, if I don't log in tomorrow into Genshin, right, I just lose the 90 for a day, right? But it should just delay it. So, like, oh, you don't log in, that's fine. It's just going to resume the count from the next time I do log in. That's actually, like, absurd to me. And yeah, that should be made illegal, in my opinion. It's fine if they want to do daily login incentives, I think, but the Welcome system for Honkai is worse. I think I'll pass, but I from what I understand of the Honkai Impact 3 gacha system, it's awful in general. So, you know, not saying there's not better out there, or not worse out there, or better. But yeah, the daily login thing and Battle Pass feels like the healthy balance to me. Gives you a lot more resources to level more characters, play around with more things. The weapons, of course, are there as a nice little bonus. And then Welkins over time. Like Welkins over time, right? If you do Welkins for a year, that is $60. Right, 12 months times 5, $60. So, and then it's 3,000 Primo Gems, so 3,000 times 12 is 36,000 Primo Gems. Divided by 160, that's 225 wishes for $60 versus, you know, how much money does it take to do top-ups to get that many? Well, if you do the one-time top-ups, you get, like, it's 80 cents a wish, so, but only to... so $200 times 0.8 is 100. So yeah, the one-time top-ups for yearly is 160 wishes, and then you'd have to buy like another $100 top-up on top. Like it takes like $300 to get to be equivalent to the amount of wishes that Welcome gives you over a year, right? Like it adds up. Is my point. So if you're in the habit of being smart and you can save, right, it's the balanced way to experience these games and be able to have freedom to pull for most characters you want, as long as you have some kind of qualifier. You don't pull for everything, kind of thing. I would like Kirara Constellations as well, yeah. Anywho's, but yeah, I respect anyone who stays free to play. I don't think I could enjoy it because, like, the balance doesn't seem there for being able to level characters enough. Alright, I'm gonna get kicked out of the game, so I think that's it, the stream. Bye-bye. We're getting kicked out. Mahoyo says the stream's ending. Crazy. I will probably stream not tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. Depends on what the mood I'm in. Depends how long it takes me to make the Kabe video. Either tomorrow or Thursday, most likely. To be able to... The stream will probably be... Yeah, the stream will probably be no UI Genshin. Something like that. I don't know exactly what the title would be, but I want to like play different things with no UI. Maybe we can clear the abyss on polearms only. When my brain functions.